Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. It's Saturday night. Let's just go over some videos and get some things cleared up. I've been doing some changes here in the studio. I had a monitor that went out and trying to get that reset. Got all that taken care of. And so want to make sure, first of all, everything looks okay. And I think it looks pretty good. Okay, not bad. But then also, I got some videos I want to talk about. I had intended and planned to just have a nice long live stream tomorrow, and I still will more than likely do that tomorrow evening. But I just have too many videos to talk about, too many things to discuss. So I said, let's just hop on tonight real quick. We'll look at a couple of quick, well, I don't want to say quick. There's a news article I want to look at that's just so dumb. And then I got an interview with Tyler Boyer that I want everybody to check out. We got the body language expert. He talks about Candace. And if y'all want, I do have Body Cam Bingo is in the building. Body Cam Bingo is done. So if you want to, we can just pull up some body cam footage and check out Body Cam Bingo. So we got a lot to talk about tonight. So shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Thank you everybody who's jumped in. I know this was not intended. It wasn't really well scripted. I was literally just doing it. And I said, let me just talk with y'all and see what y'all think about it. So hopefully your Saturday is wonderful. Hopefully your Lord's Day tomorrow will be amazing. I'm gonna pull in the first good gracious, man. Atlanta needs to stay out of the news. If Atlanta could stay out of the news, I think Atlanta would be much happier as a as a place. We don't ever need to be in the news. And some of the reasons that Atlanta's name gets mentioned in the news is this tomfoolery. Let me bring in this video. It's just a huge, like, what are you thinking? So if you at any way, shape, or form, if you've ever watched any of my content about Atlanta, you've heard of the now infamous Fulton County Jail. Nobody wants to go to Fulton County Jail. The devil does not want to go to Fulton County Jail. Okay. Nobody wants to go to Fulton County Jail. There's just problems upon problems upon problems in the Fulton County Jail. Now, I don't know if all of them are because of leadership, because of money, because of crime. I'm not blaming Fonnie Willis for everything. Fulton County Jail is just not the place to be. Well, this video right here is just so funny. I don't want to say funny, but I'm just like, what is wrong with these people, man? And y'all check this out. Tell me what you think. As always, green hearts in the chat. Green hearts in the chat when y'all can hear. Let's pull this in, Jason. There. Green hearts in the chat when y'all can hear. Check this out.
A contractor who worked as a jail nurse is under arrest tonight. Investigators say she confessed to having a romantic relationship with an inmate and smuggling contraband into the Fulton County Jail. Channel 2's Michael Seiden broke the story on WSBTV.com, joining us live now in Northwest Atlanta with how authorities, Michael, say this investigation began with a note.
Yeah, George, investigators tell us it was another nurse that actually found a handwritten note that exposed this alleged relationship. And tonight, we are getting a closer look at some of that other evidence that was found that led to the felony charge. A ring, a gold chain, and a bottle of perfume. Investigators say these gifts were not just tokens of affection, but evidence of a secret romantic relationship inside the Fulton County Jail. Former nurse contractor Naomi Anthony's under arrest and charged with a felony after authorities say she confessed to having a relationship with this man, an inmate, Antoine McCrae, who's been in custody since police arrested and charged him in 2024 in connection with multiple child sex crimes. Investigators say the two met while Anthony was working inside the jail and that the alleged relationship appeared to be getting serious before her arrest.
Had gone out and purchased herself and our inmate matching wedding rings.
So were they planning on getting married?
I have not delved into that just yet.
Investigators say the case broke open when someone came across a handwritten note inside the jail. According to court documents, the note described plans to bring drugs into the facility, along with sexual activity inside a nurse's station. Authorities say the note also referenced a payment totaling $1,300 made through Cash App to Anthony.
Someone noticed something irregular in terms of the nurse's behavior, in terms of how she and/or was moving.
Earlier this month, investigators say they received an anonymous tip claiming Anthony was hiding marijuana on her body to avoid detection by jail scanners and using an iPhone to communicate with McCrae. When investigators questioned her, authorities say Anthony tried to hide her phone, but eventually admitted she started the relationship in October. And while we were inside the jail today, we actually saw a new security scanner that was getting ready to be installed. Just another reminder that Sheriff Labatt is not messing around when it comes to keeping contraband out of his jail. Also, that suspect, she did waive her first court appearance. A judge set her bond at $5,000. Last check, she remains behind bars. We're live in Northwest Atlanta. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
Atlanta, look, Atlanta, come on up here to the front of the church. We got to stop this. And I remember also one of the other themes that you notice with the Fulton County Jail is they have a lot of contractors. They're not actual Fulton County employees. They're, contractors with health department or contractors with the security firm, whatever that nature. Man, like this poor woman, she done ruined her whole life to be a nurse, and she's probably gone to nursing school. She probably has some level of education that exceeds just high school. And to give that all away for some pookie in jail. And this dude is in jail for doing some pretty gnarly stuff. He's not some little Boy Scout. And this woman has given up her whole life for that. That I don't understand. I don't understand why she would ruin her whole life for that. But people do it all the time, though. It's not just germane to Atlanta by any means or measure. I'm not just saying Atlanta's the only place that this happens, because it happens elsewhere. The problem is Atlanta, we don't need to be on the news anymore. We don't need to be on the news, y'all. We don't need to be on our own news. We don't need to be on our own news at all. Anyway, you good people, thank you so much for jumping in. Tonight, I want to talk about a couple of, had some good videos to talk about. I got some long videos to talk about tomorrow. So I figured let's just spread it out over 2 days. So tonight I just want to go over some of the more shorter videos. So let's look at the body language guy. Love him. Great content creator. We watched him a couple of earlier last week when he was talking about life in Venezuela, and excellent story, a wonderful testimony about being one who has left Venezuela. And I thought it was worth hearing from him. But he's also talked about Candace. He just talked about Candace a few hours ago. So I thought, hey, let's go ahead and talk about it. See what your thoughts are. Texas is always, look, Texas is the size of a whole nother. Texas is the size of a country. Okay. The fact that you can be driving for 10 hours in Texas and still not be out of Texas. Look, y'all get a pass, okay? At Georgia, Atlanta, we don't have that same testimony. 3 hours from end to end, you're out of Georgia. Texas, you get my approval to be on the news every now and then. I've heard these stories before, and these women, I don't understand what the problem. Why would you do that? All right. Oh, so you already saw him? Oh, man, come on. You can't watch him. You can't watch him already. So let's see what Dr. Enrique Rojas Enrique Jesus has to say. Let's bring him in.
That,
as always, green hearts in the chat when you can hear. This volume is not out. There we go. Let's go.
You know that I had told you a while ago that I was not going to talk about Candace Owens anymore. Not only about Candace, but other content creators and commentators as well. I think that our fight is against, the actual bad guys, not among us or between us. Even if some commentators can be really crazy. And I said, I'm not going to cover any of it until I saw this on my timeline today, which is impressive because I have almost everything muted, her account, her name, everything. And this somehow managed to go through the cracks of my filters, because even Scott Jennings was commenting on this. Candace Owens, thanks to Nathan Livingston, Milk Bark TV for their amazing clips of Candace Owens' show. Candace Owens is now pushing that Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. At least that's what, according to her, that's what Charlie said himself on a text. And that he had agents, just like the Matrix, all right, you had my attention, monitoring him from childhood. And that he was killed because he tried to disturb space-time continuum. No, I am not kidding. So Scott Jennings asked the question: if you heard someone muttering like this on a subway, what would you think you were dealing with? And well, I have one word, 4 letters for this. But in all fairness, we should watch the clip. We should watch the clip. I'm going to should you watch the clip and pause it. Let's say little by little, see what is this about, and then we'll see.
All right, so shout out to Rico, man. Shout out to Rico Bell channel, great content creator. What's up, brother? How are you? She did say it. We're gonna hear it in a second, so you can determine it for yourself, Rico. You can determine it and listen with your own ears. Make sure that did she say this or not? She said it, by the way. Spoiler alert. All right, actually, I did a video about it. Spoiler alert, she does say it. Let's bring it back in. Let's go, Jesus Enrique.
The comment.
Why did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me.
Okay, so there was Charlie who said that he was a time traveler. I guess that was a figure of speech, metaphor or something. Not right, because if you are an actual time traveler, first thing you do is buy Apple shares, pray Steve Jobs coming back, and number 2, buy Tesla shares. That's the 2 things that you have to do if you're a time traveler. We don't know if Charlie Kirk did any.
I think you would also buy, if you could, you probably would buy Google's stock as well, and probably some Yahoo stock. That's probably what I would do. I would definitely buy Bitcoin. I would have bought Bitcoin when it was 8 cents. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you're a time traveler, that's what you would do. But also, I thought about this also. If Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler, later on, she kind of insinuates that he was a time traveler. Not just that he is a time traveler, or rather he thought he was, but that he was a time traveler. But anyway, wouldn't he have tried to stop his own deletion? Wouldn't he have put something in place so people would know who deleted him if he really thought that? Just seems weird. Okay. Yeah, you grab some Apple stock. Absolutely. All right, let's keep this going. Let's dance.
Those 2, but I'm pretty certain that he was not a time traveler. If he said that, it was a metaphor,
right?
Figure of a speech or something like that.
Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages?
No, because it's kind of a joke unless you take things at face value or literally. So maybe the problem is the person who assumes that it's literal or at face value. Oh, an actual time traveler. What kind of sorcery is this?
And again, not anything that I would have placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition.
It came to fruition. Okay, I didn't pay much attention about the time travel thing, but he has actually a DeLorean at his house.
The other part, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA.
No, it's not.
Why did he think that dying young was necessary? As in, okay, one thing is that Charlie Kirk said that he was a time traveler, which should have been a joke. And the other thing is that Candace Owens is actually going with it. So Charlie knew, like, I don't know, the movie that I didn't quite understand, Tenet, and I did watch Tenet 3 times, and I watched like 7 YouTube videos trying to explain the movie, but somehow Charlie knew that he was going to die young, and he did not do anything to prevent that. So it was some kind of message from the future, I guess. I don't know. My head hurts.
In some way or another, at the very least, we can all agree it's related to him speaking at a campus event for Turning Point USA.
Yeah, one thing that he did over and over again for years, he did many times. That was one speech in one campus of thousands that he did. Okay, that was a special significance, this one.
Right.
I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is real?
Okay, I'm gonna back this up. I don't know if he's going to, but I really want you to hear this segment right here, right after Dr. Jesus stops speaking. She picks back up. I'm totally occupied with this. I just want you to think about what she's saying. That, and a lot of people wonder about her own mental health, the health of her children, her husband. I think she's making a point here that, yeah, their health is probably not the best. Listen to what she's saying. Okay, let me back up just a little. Fiber. There we go, right there. All right, let's do it. Check this out.
What's the special significance, this one?
I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually?
I mean, Candace, I can understand. I'm sure that I don't get not even a fraction of the messages that you get. I get very crazy emails. There's many crazy emails. I try to check them out, all the emails that you send, and you refer me to some YouTube videos and some forums and people saying really outrageous and crazy stuff. And I can understand that if Candace is receiving like 100 times the emails that I get, and she reads all that, the abyss is going to drive you mad at some point. You're going to go bananas. Like you're going to have a loose screw or something like that. There's another term for this. There's another term for that. You're going to be short of there's an expression to say that you are kind of nuts, that you are short of but I don't remember. If
Happy
you can
meal.
remind me in the comments, it would be amazing.
And
Okay, I want to just point out Candace is reevaluating reality because her friend said, I'm a time traveler and I had to come back and find you. Like, because he wrote that, now she like second guessing all reality. Just think about that. So, and she says she's completely occupied with this. Her other, I don't know why she used the word occupied, but I think a better word is she's completely engulfed in it. She's been given over completely and totally. All she does is think about this scenario. Is that healthy for a married woman that has children to be so caught up in this? And it's funny because as this has been going on, as this story has been going on, fewer and fewer and fewer people think that this is healthy behavior, even if it were true, even if it were right on the money. Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Turning Point. I even showed you a video where she alleged that Charlie told her this back on the 8th of October, only to later on, I was on the 6th of October, only later on the 8th to say she didn't know about it. But my point is, even if you were right on the money, is this healthy to be so enamored in this that you are so, that you literally said you're given over to it? You're totally occupied with it. Is that healthy behavior? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Let's keep this rolling. Here we go.
And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization.
Again, she says that Turning Point USA has something to do with Charlie's death, assassination.
And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy coincidence. It's entirely plausible, I think, that they knew something about Charlie.
Right. Primo Genitor says that one can short of a six-pack. Is that one? I don't recall it that way.
That's a fun
But
one.
I guess that one egg short of a dozen.
I like that. A couple
A
fries
sandwich short of a picnic. But thank all of you. Karen G as well. Sandwich short of a picnic. That is the one that I've heard. A sandwich
fries
short
short?
of a picnic. Ayahuasca. No, that's not the one.
What is that?
An ayahuasca trip gone bad.
Oh, an
ayahuasca trip gone bad. Please don't do ayahuasca. Don't do meth.
wow.
Public service announcement. I have to go back a bit.
Hold on, let me stop for a second. You may have missed it, and I don't want you to have missed it. She literally said Charlie Kirk's death changed the world in a way that nobody would recognize. Like, So now we got AD and BC. So now we got AC, like after Charlie, we got another AC, and before Charlie. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that makes no sense. So before Charlie Kirk's death, and then after Charlie Kirk's death, ma'am, and this woman claims to be a Christian.
Just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy coincidence. It's entirely plausible, I think, that they knew something about Charlie.
They knew something about Charlie. That word, she keeps using that word. Why does she keep using that word? They, everyone, a brick shy of a load. She's missing some screws. Yeah, so
it's the fries short of happy.
Those are the terms I'm looking for.
And that's why they had him marked and had him monitored.
They had him marked. Who had him marked and monitored?
And had him likely followed since he was young. And maybe they thought, like the agents think.
The agents were following him since he was young. How young? I don't know.
Forever young.
A baby, perhaps? A kid? He was a special kid. I know the anointed one. I don't know, the reverse Damien. I don't know. This is the reverse Omen kid.
That if they swarmed him and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change an outcome related to Charlie.
I have to say that I'm impressed that I have watched around more than a full minute of Candace Owens, and she has not mentioned the use. That is an improvement. A good point. I mean, that is an improvement. We are.
That is a good point.
Breaking the ceiling, the glass ceiling with this one. We are completely rewriting paradigms with this.
So when for the first time in his life, because I do believe he was managed. I mean, I've already said I was handled. I didn't recognize that I had agents.
You should have agents. You should be managed.
You should be managed. That's a very true statement. You should. You should not be managed. Okay. This woman. But notice, if you've been following along, again, I admit I've been enthralled in this for a while. She has not changed. She and Charlie are thick as thieves. Everything that Charlie experienced, she experienced. Charlie received handlers. She had handlers. Charlie had special education. She had special education. No pun intended. Charlie had this happen. She had this happen. Charlie had these enemies. She had these enemies. Notice she is now literally yarned and weaved herself into the story to the point that now Charlie and Candace is almost like a one person. Just something to notice. All right, let's go.
In many ways, yeah. I was thinking about this. A reverse Damien. A bizarro Damien.
Bizarro Damien is crazy.
For the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push back in a meaningful way. They couldn't stop him from becoming bigger. That seemed to be inevitable. But they panicked. They seem to have panicked.
Who are they?
Who are they?
I want to know, who are they? She keeps saying they. It's like a Mexican telenovela. You never go to the end. What?
Right? I mean, this is just starting to happen within a year when Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And they panicked. They freaked out. And their solution was, no, just kill him. Just kill him. We can't have this.
Before he jumps in, like, that narrative is so threadbare. It makes no sense at all whatsoever. That I'm sorry, you didn't caught me right there. I got to pull this in. This is the truth right there. That is the truth right there, Garnet. Gary Smith, I apologize. That's it right there. I really think that's the problem at hand. But I also want to pull in this. I think this story right here about her having so many children back to back to back. Now, of course, when we were in the Macron case, everybody was like, oh, that's crazy. She was saying, oh, that's crazy. I really want y'all, if she pops up and somehow or another blames it on postpartum psychosis or postpartum hormonal imbalance or whatever like that, there's going to be a lot of people who are vindicated, because so many women have been saying this. So many women have been tapping in saying this through all of my videos about Candace is not right because she has so many kids back to back. And Candace is kind of like, oh, whatever they're saying, my hormones out of control. If she comes back and says that, I'm telling you, there's a lot of women that have been vindicated, because I believe that you all have a great point. I don't think you all are crazy for saying that at all. But let's keep it going. Let's roll.
Right. So this is, I mean, again,
Hey, friend.
I can understand. Once again, this is the clip that I'm gonna show. I'm gonna show you some reactions. The reactions and the comments are just poetry. I tried to Gator Gar. Big shout out to Gator Gar, one of my favorite follows on X. I tried so hard to help people understand how crazy this lady is. Is they in the room with us right now? Oh no, it's like at some point Candace is gonna be the protagonist of those videos. This channel, what is this channel called? It does this very long analysis of interrogations. Is that crime psychology? I think this is called. Peter B, there's no way this is real. I also thought, that with so much AI, I need to double verify, but Milk Bar TV, he always goes for the source. He doesn't put there are accounts that they share memes, the AI stuff. No, this guy makes sure to post only real videos. So yeah, it was real. And Holaria Bryden, which is a parody account. Do you have proof that Charlie Kirk was not a time traveler? And Nathan says, of course, I dreamed it. There's another
for the W.
Other videos here. I had let me see. I can show you. There's other videos in this thread on Nathan show. My favorite thing about Candace shows is that you can tell what movies have made an impression on her. The Matrix above, Inception here. I'm not playing this. You can go to Nathan's the Milk Bar TV on X and watch all these clips. This, of course, connects to Candace's theory that there are human sentinel hybrids. Again, Not kidding. Not gonna play that. I value my sanity. If I want to read science fiction, I would grab a book. I have a ton of science fiction books that I haven't read. That is much more interesting than this. A compilation of the many, many times Charlie Kirk spoke over the years about what he saw as the rising threat of violence from the left, etc. Candace Owens is, this is something that I thought doing at some point, an analysis of that interview from Piers Morgan of Candace Owens. But at the same time, I don't like Candace Owens and I don't like Piers Morgan, and I basically have muted both of them because both of them are just grifters. Okay, we have I wanted to give Candace the benefit of the doubt around October. You know that in my videos, I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt, but
hey, let me also say, I didn't like that video that he did where he was trying. Brother Jesus Enrique, he was doing some gymnastics. He was doing some weapons grade Pilates to try to get this thing, be in this pretzel, to give her the benefit of the doubt. I totally remember that. And I said, I don't know if I want to watch any more videos of his. And I don't think I actually watched the video with you all, because I'm like, I don't like the way he's going out of his way to cape for her. I do remember that. I'm gonna find the video and maybe we'll watch it again in a form of a truce or something. I know truce. This guy's great. And I was kind of mad, but then I look back later on, he was talking about stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I can get down with this. And then find out he's Venezuelan, and I gave him grace. But yes, he did back in October. I totally remember that video.
By this point, no, that's just way too much. And it is, I'm going to say that it is embarrassing going on Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
And being mugged by Piers Morgan. That is pathetic. That is pathetic. And Nathan also has also has a video about all the ways Megyn Kelly has been on the wrong side of this. I mean, Megyn has all the right to say whatever she wants, but it is a bit, you know, gives you the ick how she is destroying her credibility so many times, because it's not the once. It can be once, it can be 2 times, but 5 or 6 times. No, that is way too much.
All right, shout out to Dr. Enrique. Man, that was crazy work. You know what? I just thought about something, and I might do some. My editor's gonna be mad at me about this. Okay, don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble with him. All right, because I have a video that explains the time travel, the Sumerian technology, and all that kind of foolishness. And I'm gonna drop it later on next week. Okay, you all are in the chat. Okay, this is what I need y'all to do. I need you to put a robot emoji or the word robot in the chat if you want to watch it. I think I'm gonna pull it in. I might not, because I don't want to get in trouble by my editor. Because I have the video ready. It's not done at all. So this will be like, y'all can't tell nobody. All right. So don't put a little robot or write the word robot in the chat. But I do want to say, somebody mentioned that you can tell the movies that have inspired Candace. Let me show you one. Okay, here's the plot. Candace says crazy things, gets committed to a mental institution. Everyone laughs. The T-1000 liquid Ben Shapiro tries to attack and delete her. Time-traveling Charlie Kirk appears, and he says, come with me if you want to live. What movie is that? Come on, y'all. Y'all know what movie that is. Come on. Y'all know what movie that is. It's the Terminator. I think it's spot on the money. I think it's right on the money. All right, let's pull this out of here. The Terminator. Okay, I thought that was hilarious. I want somebody to make like a little movie. What is that thing called? Sora or whatever, AI. Look, can somebody make that for you, boy? I will give you credit. I will say that you made it. I'll do all that kind of stuff. But I really think that I think the world needs that. We do. I think we do. All right, let me find this clip real quick. Did it download? Because I put it in the folder for him, and now he's going to be like, Jason, where'd it go? And I'm going to get in trouble because of y'all. I told y'all. All right, it's rendering. So let me pull it back in, pull myself back in while it is doing what it's doing. All right. If you want also, I see y'all got the robots in here, so we're going to do it. I'm going to get in trouble by my editor, but it's all good. I'm doing it for y'all. I'm doing it for the people. I'm getting in trouble for the people. Bang, got that. It's still rendering because why else? And it just finished. Okay, so this is a video that I'm in the midst of working on. And it was 2 gentlemen that were reviewing Candace, talking about the whole Sumerian technology, looking through the looking glass. And they explain it a little bit more clearly, because clearly Candace doesn't know. She's not explaining it at all. It's still crazy. Okay, they're explaining it very intentionally and seriously. They don't believe it, but they're explaining what it is that Candace is trying to say when she was saying that the CIA stole this technology, blah, blah, blah. And it was, if you were on the show that day, it just, we all were like, what in the world are you talking about? Because it sounds like a movie plot. Well, they explain it a lot better. And I think this would help you out if you were just wondering if there was just like this little, like, what was she ever talking about? Hopefully this will help. So anyway, let me bring this in.
Candace Owens has a new theory, Andrew. I think it's compelling, and I'm going to tell you why.
Hang on.
This.
But I also have a new theory.
Okay.
It is an absolute fact that Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I showed you guys that text message exchange. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not get it here. This planet is ghetto. That's how I feel. I don't understand it. The rules don't make sense. I think that's also why I like cats so much. I feel that they can relate to that. They think humanity is ghetto. They don't want to be around us. They don't like us. They know it's ghetto. It is ghetto here, right? A CIA's project Looking Glass essentially, there were these whistleblowers, like I told you, in the military and within the CIA apparatus that came forward to reveal that the deep state had a technology, which they stole, of course. Please do not miss the part that I keep explaining to you. These people are not smarter than you. They're just more evil. They steal, they plunder, and they steal things, and then they rewrite history and pretend that they were geniuses. Anyways, they have a knack for murder. They have a knack for theft. And this time, just like a lot of times before, they stole a device from the ancient Sumerian civilization that's located in modern day Iraq. Very advanced civilization. They're obsessed also with Egyptian civilization, as we discussed yesterday. The Satanists kind of taking and reintroducing these things. First, they keep them to themselves. They hoard these things, and then they kind of give us certain aspects of technology as time goes on. So they steal this piece of technology and they incorporate it into a computer, and suddenly they're apparently able to predict future outcomes. Just imagine the deep state being able to look into a glass, so to speak. The Sumerian culture was known for their advancement in glass, and to see different outcomes. I mean, the amount of power that you would have, and then also fathom in your mind that the people that are Satanists have.
Okay, so that is the theory. Now let me break down the theory to you in like a bit more of a concise way, okay? So the CIA, when they invaded Iraq, right? When the Iraq War potentially wasn't even about peace in the Middle East or anything like that. It was about getting this because ancient Sumeria was located where modern day Iraq is. So they go in there, they get this ancient technology is what they were really looking for. They get the ancient technology, which is time traveling stuff, right? Charlie Kirk is a time traveler, right? Bear with me. So Charlie Kirk is a time traveler. Candace Owens might be a time traveler, and they have to kill Charlie because he went against the continuum, right? Charlie Kirk went against the plan, and they saw into the future that Charlie was going to be a problem, so they had to take him out. So the CIA, with time traveling futuristic abilities, took him out. Prove me wrong.
Well, that's not really the theory. Thinking about the video that she linked to, which is just a bunch of reprocessed garbage from the late 90s and conspiracy boards and then the early 2000s, which is all about simulation theory and this and that. Of course, they brought up numerology. Can you believe it? They brought, of course, a linchpin for the video that she links to is the idea of numerology. But here's what the actual theory is. Zachariah Sitchin finds the emerald tablets. Okay, not kidding. Finds the emerald tablets, which tell the story of Atlantis. Did you know about Atlantis?
Yes.
Okay, great. Atlantis was an advanced civilization, and they made contact with aliens. And what happened when they made contact with these aliens is they made a cross hybrid, which was a mix between the perfect human known as Edom, or you would know him as Adam, right? Mm-hmm. And Edom, the perfect human, banged one of these alien overlords, and out popped, well, humans like us. And, well, they put them in Iraq. Of course, the Garden of Eden, that's in Iraq, right? Mm-hmm. That's where it's supposed to be. Ipso facto, we have the cradle of life right there in Iraq. It's an alien hybrid. Now, then, we also have this thing that comes up later called the chronovisor. The chronovisor is another way in which you can see into the future. The Catholic Church has it in the Vatican. It was invented.
He did say, yes, he did say that they're able to see into the future. And all to both of these young men's credit, they're not saying that this is legit. They're just saying that this is what Candace is trying to explain. She doesn't know this. She hasn't fully fleshed out all of this craziness that this theory entails. So to their defense, they're not saying that this is real, but let us go.
By Catholic priests, no doubt, right? These chronovisors. But before that, the Sumerians would use a form of witchcraft, literally known as scrying, where they would look into the glass, and they were able, when they looked into obsidian particularly, to see the future, and then they could make assessments based on the future. What's really interesting about this is they didn't seem to be able to make the assessment that their whole civilization was going to fall. The way that it's explained away here as to why it is that the system is losing control is because somehow all timelines bottleneck, and about the year 2012, this has something loosely to do with Y2K and its conditioning over humanity. And because all these timelines bottlenecked, now the elite have lost control. They can't read the future anymore with their scrying devices, whether that be the chronovisor or it is the advanced technology, which was stolen from some Middle Eastern hole somewhere, which is now plugged into computers. And because of this, they can't see the future. They can't make predictions. So the whole system's falling apart, you see. The whole thing, because they can't predict what's going to happen anymore. And so Charlie Kirk, who knew this, he was from the future, you see. He knew all about this, and he knew that these timelines converge and it's all going to fall apart. So he came back and took advantage of that by trying to create a coalition of people in order to stop this coming apocalypse.
Yep.
That's the actual theory.
Yep.
If you tie it all together. Charlie knew he was going to die. He was a time traveler. He knew this, right? He went back in time first, used the scrying device before it bottlenecked in 2015 or 2012 or whatever it was with all convergent timelines and discovered his own death. Then moved himself forward in time, as one tends to do. He just appears on the scene as this young, youthful kid with all this knowledge, you see. And he knew the reason he needed to seek out Candace Owens was that so after he was assassinated by the powers that be, in this case, that she would relentlessly toss over every stone possible. No stone would not be overturned to find the ruthless killers, thus exposing the entirety of the plot for humanity's future.
Bro, this would be an annoying TV show.
Oh, it would.
A real life
so true.
thing. I hate this so much.
I'm
Good
not
theory, though.
sure.
Sure.
I'm not sure what's funny.
I believe every word, obviously.
Yeah. Well, because if you think about
Evidence
it,
be damned.
yeah. Well, I mean, if you think about it, though, like,
Yeah, but you have to understand that she's looking at declassified CIA papers, which is true. There was a project called Through the Looking Glass. It's true. And didn't work. Just like there was, the way that they would legitimize this, remember, is that they use other declassified CIA documents, which talk about remote viewing, which of course comes up in the video she references as well. But here's the thing that's really funny about this is that the reason we decided that we were going to throw a bunch of money at remote viewing is because the Soviets were doing it. And just in case there could have been any sort of advantage there, we ran the project ourselves. And guess what we found out? Remote viewing is bullshit. That's what we found out. But what do I know? What do I know?
Remote viewing, for me, that's like when I mirror my phone to my TV or something. So what does that mean to you?
Okay, so what you do is first you need to be born a psychic in an X-Man school, much like she was. She went to an X-Man school. Kirk went to an X-Man school, as she says here, right? The very first thing that you need to do is accept that you're after you've accepted that, you go into a dark room, close your eyes, and you will your consciousness over to whatever the thing is, and then you can see it through your spirit, and it'll create pictures in your head, and then you take those pictures in your head and you draw them on a piece of paper, or you write out and describe what it is that you're seeing. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding about any of this.
Isn't this just like
now? Sometimes using psychedelics seems to help with this process. I have no idea why.
Andrew, isn't this just 5-year-old Q-tard shit?
Well, no, this is actually worse. So this shit has been around for like 30 years. This is old hat that she's going through.
Is this like this thing where like Trump's uncle was the first one to touch Nikola Tesla's inventions after they were seized by the government?
Yeah. What about the Barron Trump book?
Yeah.
But don't worry, not to worry.
All of that.
She begins the entire podcast with the cornucopia of Fruit of a Loom and saying that she distinctly remembers there was always a cornucopia with Fruit of a Loom. Right. And of course, Berenstain Bears was never Berenstein. It was Berenstain. I'm sorry. Berenstain Bears was always Berenstein Bears or whatever the Mandela whatever it is.
When they
the George, Curious George, he always had a tail. Pikachu had black on the end of his tail, just like over and over all this bullshit. The Monopoly guy had a monocle.
I remember a lot of things like that, but I just chalk it up to like being a bad memory and like smoking too much like weed when I was a teenager. So that's what I chalk it up.
But it's all predictive programming though, you see. So you got the Barron Trump book. This was predictive programming. You've got the Snake Eyes movie. I don't know if you've seen the Snake Eyes movie where the guy is Kirk is killed on the same day. And this is predictive programming to sort of like tell us what's going to happen without telling us what's going to happen, because they do know the future. And if you look into the number 44, for example, then everything happens on the 11th day.
Okay.
So
There's let me give you some examples of some things which are just in the video that she references, because I watched that video too. For instance, they say people are beginning to claim that as they get older, time is moving differently. And I'm like, oh yeah, go figure. As you get older and you get busier, it does seem like time moves very quickly, doesn't it? Fancy that. And they seem to remember things happening 20 years ago that didn't actually happen. Yeah, it's called getting older. When you get older, the further displaced you are from an event, the less likely you are to remember the tiny details of the event. Crazy how that works, isn't it?
So predictive, I mean, give me your final thoughts on this though, Andrew.
Okay, so this is the final thoughts is that I was right. Again, I'm always right about this shit. My theory, you can go pull this up in the extravaganza. In fact, you should put them side by side, Jake, and just post them on your channel because it's so good. I said, what happens with all the conspiratards? They latch onto a conspiracy that captures the public interest. Once they overplay their hand and the public starts looking into their actual claims and they turn out to all be bullshit, they have to move on to the next thing, right? The claims must necessarily become crazier and dumber in order to keep up with the demand for crazy, dumb claims. That's what has to happen. And so every conspiratard on planet Earth who has a popular channel, that channel always crashes out because of that factor. It has to always get more and more and more insane in order to captivate the audience's attention. There's nothing you can do about that, which is why all of them end up crashing and burning in their reputation right alongside them. Now, you could take shows, on the other hand, like The Y-Files. That show will always do really well. But Andrew, isn't that a contradiction? You just said all the conspiratards, all their channels end up going to complete shit and they ruin their reputation with it. Yes, that's true. But the difference between her and something like Y-Files is Y-Files is trying to give you both sides. Like, here's what the story is, right? Here's what the refutations to this are. Here's what kind of I think about things. That's it. Very neutral in just trying to like present a fun story for people to watch rather than making these claims as though they are factually true. That's the difference.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Like the Y-Files is just a super entertaining show. I'm not going in there thinking, yes, the Anunnaki thing is 100% true. They did mine gold from Earth, but I'm like, I want to hear the story. I want to hear what people are saying and the refutation as well, and then come up with my own sort of theory about it.
Sure, and that's look, that's fine, right? In fact, that guy is so smart. What he ended up doing was making this Hecklefish character, and the Hecklefish's entire job is to portray his thoughts, which is actually the host's thoughts, but it's not really the host, it's the fish, you know what I mean? So the fish swears and is talking shit and is talking about how dumb certain things are and is diving into the various through the fish, you can get the conspiratard take while the host still seemingly remains neutral. Fucking brilliant idea for that, right? Works extremely well.
All right, shout out for sure. I wanted y'all to just peep that just so you can get a little bit of more context of some of the crazy things that Candace talked about this week, because she really doesn't know what it is that she's talking about. And so therefore, she was talking about things, again, the string theory and the Sumerian technology and that stuff like that. And she really doesn't know what she's saying. And I thought that Andrew did a better job of explaining it, at least just so you can say, okay, I at least know what she was trying to say. Okay, that's still crazy, but I still know what she's trying to say. But I do think Andrew also slipped in some really good shots, because has she not done this? Didn't Candace start with something as simple as, I don't believe that Tyler Robinson is the one that killed Charlie Kirk? Now, 4 months later, we are now with aliens and time travel. Think about how we've got here. Think about how we got here, people. That is crazy work. That is some bona fide crazy work. So don't tell my editor, Mark, that I showed that video. You can see it's a work in progress. So don't tell him that I do not tell him that I did this. So don't tell him that. Shout out to the best live chat on the internet. All right. Now let's get into the long draw. Make sure you got your beverages. Make sure you got your popcorn, all that kind of good stuff like that. Tyler Boyer has, I think it's fair to say, if Candace has like an enemy list, Tyler Boyer is unequivocally in the top 5. I think is, we got Ben Shapiro, Andrew Colvett, Mikey McCoy, Tyler Boyer. Look, unknown YouTubers, obscure YouTubers. Anyway, I think Tyler Boyer, it's fair to say Tyler Boyer is one of her people that she really doesn't like for whatever reason. Well, he sat down and did an interview. I didn't realize Tyler Boyer is a Mormon, and he sat down on a Mormon podcast to talk about the things that Candace has been saying about him. And it was super interesting. He talked about a lot of stuff. It's a very long interview, but he aired out a whole bunch of stuff. So I really wanted y'all to hear this and give you a chance to, because again, I think it's good when you hear from somebody else, because all we've actually heard about Tyler Boyer is really from Candace. And we just established that he's definitely one of her ops, right? As the kids like to say. So I'm gonna bring this in, but before we do that, thank you so much for this very kind super right here. What'd you say for this 5? I did a timeline spreadsheet of Candace theories, and it led to one important thing: brain rot. I agree 100%. No argument for me whatsoever. Thank you for that. And then we got Greg over here with the 5. She definitely is downtown, crazy town. I mean, every town has that bus station. Every town has that liquor store where just a lot of people hang out that probably need to be in a padded room. Tell me that the stuff she talks about doesn't sound like she needs to be in a padded room. Like, what are you talking about? It's crazy work. No, Charlie Kirk was not a Mormon. As far as I know, Tyler Boyer is a Mormon, which is wild. Nick Shirley, the guy that exposed the whole Somali fraud going on in Minnesota, he's a Mormon, and he lives in Utah of all places. You just can't make this stuff up. So anyway, y'all, let's bring this video in. Like I said, it's lengthy. I'm gonna try not to stop a whole lot, but I do want to give you all a chance to check it out as the best live chat on the internet. So
it's been just over 4 months since the tragic public.
Can y'all do me a favor? I think you already know what I want you to do. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear. I don't think this volume's very loud, Jason.
Assassination of Charlie Kirk. And in the wake of that, many questions have been brought forward and very little answers. And so in the wake of this, many accusations have been thrown at people in Charlie's close family and friend circle. And a man that has been subject to a lot of allegations is Tyler Boyer, a fellow Latter-day Saint. So we decided, instead of talking more about someone, we invited him on to see if he would be willing to address some of these hard claims. And I think what you'll find will be very interesting. My name is Jackson Wayne Paul, and welcome to Latter-day Saints.
What power shall stay the heavens?
I don't know what that music is about. You ain't tricking me. My bad.
All right, guys, we've got a wild episode for you today. And if you're coming here for the first time here at Latter-day Saints, we do our best to present news and pop culture commentary from a Latter-day Saint perspective. No, we're not official representatives of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as a whole, but we like to talk about things from kind of a Latter-day Saint perspective. I've been a member my whole life. Brando here, you've been a member your whole life. We've both served 2-year LDS missions, and so talking about some of these things with the added background of the scriptures and stuff, a lot of people find value in that. And so in today's episode, we invite a fellow Latter-day Saint, Tyler Boyer, on, who we've talked about the Charlie Kirk situation and Candace Owens in a few of our other episodes. And there's passionate feelings from all parties. Everybody wants answers, including us. And so we thought it best to, instead of talking more about someone, we talk to him. Brando, I want to start off by saying this is a pretty groundbreaking interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Tyler has not gone on any other platform or podcast besides a few posts on X to combat these allegations head on.
Well, I don't really think any major players at Turning Point USA have appeared on other platforms.
Yeah, and so we took advantage of him coming on and we asked him the hard questions. We asked him, are you a sexual deviant? Are you gay? All these things that have been thrown at him by people like Candace Owens. What is 110 LLC? Why is there so many millions of dollars being funneled through it? What even is the functionality of it? And your relationship with Jake Hoffman?
Yo, you all are not ready. If you've been following, I think the guy's called the Wolf of Finance or something like that, and he exposed, and I'm using the word exposed very loosely, that TPUSA was spending tons and tons of money in this little strip mall. Wait till you hear how he explains that, and you're gonna be like, "You got to be kidding me! You have got to be kidding me!" Because as a I'm a very small business owner, but I have friends who own more smaller businesses, right? It makes perfect sense. And wow, it was serious. Let's go.
Why did you receive a presidential pardon from Donald Trump? What light can you shed on that? Are you guys continuing to do this Doge effort type audit at TPUSA? A lot of the questions that many of you submitted in the comments in preparation for this interview. And so Tyler was more than willing to come on. We asked him first for an hour. He ended up staying on for 2 hours. And I'm really curious to hear your guys' thoughts in the comments because, yeah, I don't know. That's all I'll say, honestly. Let's run the interview and we'll talk after. Mr. Tyler Boyer, thanks for coming on the channel today, brother. Good to see you.
So glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. For people that don't know who Tyler Boyer is, I'm going to hit a little intro for you, bro, and let me know if there's anything that I miss here. But I have down here that you're a husband and a father to your wife, Lauren, and 3 children. You're a 7th-generation Arizonian, former COO of TPUSA, current COO of TP Turning Point Action. You're the longest tenured employee at Turning Point, and you've been a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints your entire life and served a 2-year LDS mission in Russia.
That's right. That's right. I think you got all the top level stuff there. So that's a little bit about me.
Cool, dude. Well, super grateful that you took the time out of your day to come on. I just kind of want to kick this off sharing a little bit of our motivations and intentions of inviting you on the channel and why we were anxious to do so. And then I'll kind of give you the opportunity to do the same. But actually, one of our first episodes that we did was commentating on some of the comments that Candace Owens shared in one of her episodes, in which she mentioned you specifically, but she said a phrase there that we kind of took issue with, where she said, now, if you thought that Turning Point was a Christian organization, you're wrong, it's a Mormon one, and posing it as if those two things are on opposite sides of the spectrum. And so we commentated on that a little bit, and after doing that episode, it was very apparent that this whole situation around Charlie Kirk hits home for a lot of not just Utahns, but members of the church. I mean, Brandon himself.
Okay, real quick, I'm gonna jump in because I know where he's gonna go to. Real quick, Mormons are not Christians. I'm gonna just say that. They might very well allude and say that they are, but they're not. They're not Christians. I'm sorry. There's no way. We're not going to argue in the comment section. You can email management, dearwokec@gmail.com. Mormons are not Christians. Seventh-day Adventists are not Christians. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is not Christian, period. There you go. We're going to go ahead and get that off the table so we don't have to argue about that in the comments. All right. Now, again, you can email management, dearwokec@gmail.com, and we can have that conversation. You'll still be wrong, though, because Mormons are not Christians. But we don't have to argue about that in the comment section. So they are going to attest that they are wrong. Okay. So we don't have to pretend. I'm not pretending it. I'm gonna say it again. Mormons are not Christians. So we already covered that. Jason's already said it. We good to go. So now I don't want us to have to fight in the comment section. However, I do want to allow them to just go ahead and tease it out. Maybe when I do the edit, maybe I'll chop that part, what they're saying, out, because I don't want to confuse people later on. But I just want to make sure, again, they're not Christian. No, they're not. Mormons are not Christian. They can be good people. They can be conservative. They can believe in one man, one woman. They can believe in, the sanctity of life. They can believe in no drugs. They can believe in paying their taxes, keeping their yards properly manicured. Those things are great. Those are wonderful things. That does not mean they're Christian. That's what I'm saying. Okay, let us bring this back in, and with no further ado,
he was there that day, front row at the event, and in that in regards to the specific allegations she made towards you, being that I had no interaction with you prior to that video, I said, you know, Tyler Boyer, I don't know who he is. For all I know, he could be a shady character. And I kind of just left it at that and more focused on her comments. But then after that, we got reached out to by a couple family members of yours that watched the channel, and we got connected that way. And then as recently as last week, in 3 of the 4 of Candace's live streams, she highlights your name specifically and says things like Tyler Boyer is a bad dude and needs to be investigated further. And so we're like, we want to give you the opportunity to kind of share your side of the story, react to some of these allegations that have been thrown at you, because correct me if I'm wrong, this is maybe kind of the first platform that you've come on to head on address some of these things that have been thrown at you, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, no, look, I appreciate it. You know, we go way back with Candace and so many others. You know, actually, what was kind of neglected was kind of in the very beginning of Candace's tenure within the conservative movement, and we had hired her. You know, I was the one that was the CEO of Turning Point that sent her offer and spent so much time with her. And, you know, Charlie and I have always been in the same camp where we've had nothing negative to say about anyone that's a former, current, you know, an important figure within the movement. And so, you know, it's obviously been, I think, shocking to hear, you know, people come out so negatively about you, you know, to the point of making things up or spreading, you know, completely manufactured or false elements that you had, you know, really such a normal, you know, working relationship with for many, many years. So yeah, it's been kind of shocking and surprising along the way. Obviously, it's kind of spurred a bunch of people on the internet to, you know, be, I think, extremely and vehemently, to a certain extent, angry and kind of nasty to people. You know, I don't think any of us expected that, but here we are.
Yeah. And so I'm glad that you've come on and you've decided to kind of head on it, you know, tell your side of the story on some of these things. I'd love to give you the opportunity to kind of help the audience understand what your intentions are, motivations for coming on, and especially to, you know, this show, Latter Daily Saints, to kind of talk about some of these things.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm totally open to open dialogue, like you said. You know, a member of the church, served a mission. My family, I'm pioneer heritage, so mentioned 7th generation Arizona because my family was sent down by Brigham Young, you know, to help found really what became Arizona. And so it's been, it's you know, I think a lot of people appreciate the content that you put out, and there's so many others that, yeah, there's things that happen in society, and obviously the assassination of one of my closest friends ever, my business partner, you know, confidant, how that's impacting Utah for the next number of years, maybe for the rest of our lives, how that changes, you know, the dynamics politically, how that changes the dynamics culturally, is super important to our community. And so, you know, I recognize that we're part of that, you know, and I myself, as being part of, you know, the LDS community, to a certain extent, is an important part to have that conversation, open that dialogue. So I think this is really the beginning of kind of a long, arduous, unfortunate situation where the entire world's going to be looking at Utah around this trial and everything else. And so we really can't just like ignore when people say, you know, outlandish things that attack our community. And I don't think that should be okay by anyone. And that starts with, I think, again, you guys who are leaders and discussing these issues, these cultural issues, and then obviously us from our perspective of defending our people, you know, as they're kind of being poorly talked about, whether that's a turning point for me or within the LDS community, because we have such great people in the LDS community, and then particularly in Utah, that have been so good to us and to so many others in the midst of this horrific situation.
Yeah. Well, dude, appreciate you coming on, and yeah, just I guess to get into it, Candace, she's explained from the beginning that one of her motivations in diving so deeply on this is because she personally doesn't trust the FBI narrative that's currently out there, that Tyler Robinson was a lone conspirator, that it was, motivated by leftist ideologies and stuff, and that he used the Mauser 30-06 and acted alone and stuff like that. And so I'm curious, like, not just from like the Turning Point standard, but like from you, do you feel that the current narrative of what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has come out with, do you feel confident that they are on the right track with that?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that this is a state level investigation, so local authorities are the ones that are running point on this murder investigation. And so I want to first start off by saying that anything that I've seen where people are, trying to ignite, I think, the internet to be upset about how this is going, quote unquote, I'll use air quotes, how this is going.
Yeah.
Are people who are, questioning usually the federal government, which, again, I totally empathize with. We at Turning Point, we run an organization where we say, hey, the government is questionable. There's a lot of things that are not to be trusted. And, coming out of 4 years of Joe Biden, it's understandable why a lot of people would question the intelligence agencies. Kind of where my headspace is, there is an investigation under that's being carried out right now. There's a ton of evidence that, again, one of my good friends, Jack Posobiec, has pointed to pretty religiously that shows the involvement of Tyler Robinson, who they apprehended. But the big question that most people have asked is said, well, where did he come from? What is his motivation? Everything else. That's all part of the murder investigation. So they've laid out what is publicly accessible to everyone. And by the way, there's no difference between what I've seen and what the average citizen has seen. Is, there's all of this evidence that's pointing directly and making a strong case for an individual that's been accused of murder. And we don't know all the other surrounding pieces of evidence that could come out as part of this investigation, and those are going to be relayed over the course of the next number of months ahead, that best put authorities in the position to go after the proper suspects, and again, the proper motivations. And so what concerns me a little bit is that people are demanding answers to things way ahead of a complete investigation, a trial that is probably not going to occur. Many have speculated that it won't occur until early 2027. And so I think people just aren't aware of the timelines. Again, the average citizen. And so they're thinking in terms of like, well, this matters a whole lot to me because Charlie mattered to me, which I totally get that. Being one of his closest friends is like, I want this thing to be over tomorrow.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's not how murder investigations and big trials that the entire world is conscious of. That's not how these things work, unfortunately. And so, we want this to go as swiftly and as justly as humanly possible. But at the same time, you can't have the internet making demands around every bit of speculation, and then expect that that's going to go well for helping. Again, you talk about narratives. I don't really care about what narratives are. I care about what truth and justice look like. Narratives can stem from, law enforcement. They can stem from the defense. They can stem from the internet. They can stem from speculators. None of that is helpful to actually getting to the truth.
Yeah.
What is helpful is looking at facts, trusting that America has really what's an imperfect but the best version of a justice system in the world, and also looking at Utah and going, this is Utah's time to shine, to show that everything works the way it's supposed to in Utah. And I have full faith and confidence that that's the case.
And I realize there's an aspect here that the people that are involved, the law enforcement that are involved in this investigation, they're not hopping on a live stream every day and updating the public, okay, this is what we found, this is where we're at. And so it does leave a big door open for people to speculate and, to try to come up with their own explanations for things. In regards to, things that have been thrown out there as evidence, for me, I have a lot of experience with firearms and guns like that. And so with the current, I guess, murder weapon and the 30-06 that was allegedly used in the committing of the crime, have you looked much into that? Does that sit right with you? Do you know much about ballistics and guns and stuff like that?
Yeah, fortunately, I mean, I personally have some of my own thoughts around it. With all of that, what I can say is that, and I want to put this into perspective for anyone that's listening, especially in Utah. I mean, this is quite literally, and again, it pains us to talk about this, but this is one of the most photographed, most videoed murders in American history. I mean, as much. So to put that into perspective, this isn't like a situation where there were no cameras around. There were more cameras in the vicinity. There were so many individuals that were recording in real time. All of that has been compiled and utilized in the apprehension of the murder suspect. And so for people to, again, question, again, all of the details that are around the murder without really having any of that evidence at their fingertips, I think is jumping really way far ahead of what that investigation is going to lay out, if that makes sense. For me as an individual, just like everybody else that's listening to this, is that I would want to see that evidence before I come to any kind of determination around, again, the murder as a whole, the suspect, the weapon, whatever else might be there. And again, if they didn't have those things, it would make it a really easy way for the suspect to be able to get out of being that suspect, of being accused and convicted of that murder. So so that to me is like the where my mind frame is right now is, let's see that, all of that, before we jump to any kind of conclusions about what could have or what people think should have happened, because I think a lot of that explanation will be laid out clearly by law enforcement.
Yeah. And hopefully it is. Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos made on both sides of the spectrum there. Some that say, yes, that could be the murder weapon. Others, there's like, no way. I myself, I have a difficult time with the experience that I have with firearms and stuff to believe that. But I totally understand what you're saying. I guess to kind of get more into the specific claims of Candace, on that initial episode that we did a reaction to her comments in regards to TPSA is not a Christian organization, it's a Mormon one. She made some pretty pretty bold allegations against you, and she has repeated several times that one of the reasons that she quote unquote doesn't trust you, I guess, is because she labels you as this sexual deviant. And we'll just play the clip just so people have a context of this. Is kind of one of the first like allegations as far as I've been able to see that she kind of threw out about you. So Brandon, if you want to roll that.
Also, another person who wrote us was telling me the story about Tyler Boyer's involvement in like Maricopa County politics in general. Like, what did he do before in Arizona? And yeah, it's just the kind of stories. Again, he said he approached him several times about embezzlement. You know, Tyler was hooking up with young interns, young male interns or young male workers. And he didn't even care. He's like, I would go on record because all of this happened. And I had the proof that all this happened. And everybody knows about Tyler Boyer at Turning Point USA. It's like an absurdity. But this is the person that is putting people into places of power at Turning Point USA. Also,
so she presents it as if...
Okay, I got to stop for a second. And I'm going to... Before the host jumps in, because I don't want to just play it. Do you see how quickly she's like, oh, everybody just knows this? Like, that's what I'm talking about. That matter of fact, let me just throw out something bombastic. Oh, everybody knows the moon landing was fake. Everybody knows the earth is flat, like a pancake. She just says something with no evidence at all. Yo, this is crazy work, man. Anyway, shout out to the best live chat. Thank y'all, everybody who's hopped in. Let's go ahead and hear what Tyler has to say about this shenanigans.
It's this foregone conclusion, like, oh yeah, everybody just knows this. And then on Twitter, I saw one time that you posted a tweet and she responded to it like, Tyler, you and your wife are swingers. And so I guess the questions that I have is, where do you think that these allegations are coming from? Have people alleged this about you before? And like, is there any truth to any of this at all?
So there is, straight off the bat,
yeah,
Candace has said this numerous times, and this has come from, and I'll kind of explain this hopefully to your audience so people understand it, that I'm gay, that I have some kind of, secret gay life that I live. This isn't unique to me. This is something that's pretty commonly said by the establishment in general that attacks political enemies pretty commonly. So just so that you guys are aware, and you wouldn't believe this, but I think the next week, right after that, or a couple weeks later, another individual came out and said that Charlie was gay or secretly gay, that other people were gay. This is like the textbook, just try to, Alinsky somebody's character with absolutely no factual basis whatsoever. And, it's actually pretty damaging what was said here, because obviously that's never happened. I'm not gay. I have 3 kids and, a wife that I've been married to for the entire time. I was married previously. My son is from a previous marriage. And so there's like this speculation, I think, when, when people become obsessed with you, they start asking, you all sorts of questions. People make up rumors. They do really nasty stuff. And like I said, they've done that to many people, including Charlie himself. This happened to pretty frequently. And it's just not based on any kind of fact. If it was anywhere factual, those people would come forward. Trust me, the left wants me gone, wanted Charlie gone, wanted all of the things that we do in politically, where we attack the left. So specifically, they would use that against us. And so, it's kind of like ridiculous that, you have this person that seems to have an axe to grind, that's angry about something. I really don't totally understand it, other than just trying to take advantage of, people who are in their most vulnerable state following the loss of someone that's closest to them, to go out and attack people. But you had mentioned this, is like there's this whole element that exists. I'll bring up Mikey too. Mikey was accused of being gay. There's videos that are AI that have been put out about Mikey, myself, others in this entire world. I mean, it is so ridiculous that you just can't even really respond to it, because it's just such made up garbage and baloney. But I believe there's a real reason why people do these kind of things, and most of it is the idea is that to attack a person's character, which again, if you followed or ever read, I don't know how familiar you guys are with Saul Alinsky, but Saul Alinsky wrote a book called Rules for Radicals, and Alinskyites, they subscribe to this. And a lot of modern leftists subscribe to Alinsky rules, which you essentially utilize to attack and, you harness and close in on your enemies so that people will attack them, dismiss them, and in some cases, commit violence against them. And this is probably what terrifies me, my family, and others so much, is that when you do this and engage in this behavior, especially when it's not correct, it really puts you in the crosshairs for a lot. And I believe that that's what happened to Charlie. That's what's happened to so many others within the movement. We've seen a very violent string of attacks from people all the way from Antifa to radicalized individuals who we mentioned. The accusation is some of that had something at play here with Charlie's murder. My biggest fear is that people hear these things, they see these things, it generates obsession over particular names and characters, people who are involved, and it starts to create a characterization online that then animates people enough to want to, say awful things, but then, pick up and maybe do harmful, violent things. And so we've seen this just since this has happened. My ask is like for people to stop, because obviously it's completely untrue. I have nothing against anyone that's gay, but know lots of people who are gay and things like that, but I'm not. And so it's like we would love for that type of rhetoric to stop, because I think that there's a lot of people that we've seen online who are extremely animated about this stuff and have said things to me that are either verging on or violent in nature. And it's really unsettling to know that that's out there, especially based off of just people making these accusations that are completely unsubstantiated or untrue.
Yeah.
So,
no, I understand that. And when I saw it, she said that it came from someone that reached out to their inbox and is willing to go on record because they have the proof of everything. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're going to make a claim and you say you have all the proof of the thing, let's see all the proof. And so,
and I can just tell you that that's just not true. And that's probably why you haven't seen that, because it's not true, obviously. So like, this is unfortunately how Alinsky tactics work, right? It's right. You say something and then you don't follow it up with anything. But that's not the only thing that's been said that's harmful or untrue. I mean, there's wild accusations and people, and again, that have been on the internet saying things that that we've engaged or I've engaged in child trafficking, for example. Wow. That there are people that they're getting my name confused with Tyler Robinson. So they see Tyler and they see Tyler. This is how low level and kind of idiotic some of this stuff is, right? So you have this baseline of just people, you brought up in that clip, it's just embezzlement. Like I've never embezzled money. Like she mentioned Maricopa County. I was the youngest chair of Maricopa County's Republican Party. I got elected, as kind of the anti-McCain candidate, and I ended up hosting Trump for what became the first ever Trump rally in Arizona. I was hated by the establishment, the very people who make things up about people that are untrue, like this claim that she mentioned. The same people that made up these claims that I have a that I am gay or I embezzle money. These are all the same people who want to rid opposition within the conservative movement, specifically to the establishment. And so I'm really proud that we've built an organization that's created an alternative to the establishment. I think the establishment was on a very destructive track that was really going to damage and hurt the country long term. And so, yeah, I'm kind of hated by a lot of those people. But those are the elements that started those things, and it's really curious to see other people and the types of people who pick those things up and try to run with it, because their dream is to, again, isolate and attack their political enemies. And I've been doing this long enough where like those things don't bother me, and they shouldn't bother others that want to get involved. But my biggest fear is that when people see these things, they go, "Oh, I never want to get involved in politics." Like if they're going to attack and make up stuff about people and be that venomous towards people getting involved, or even a person that's that close to somebody who just got murdered, like they'll do that to me. And I think that's a really scary thing to think about within American politics, is that people shouldn't feel that way. They shouldn't feel scared to want to speak up or get involved because they're afraid that they're going to get attacked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And touching on one of the things that you talked about, how in that she alleged that, you were involved in some sort of embezzling and stuff like that. In one of her streams last week, she referenced some content from a video that was made by a guy named Zach DeGregorio from Wolves in Finance, that he kind of did an expose on a company that's affiliated with Turning Point called 110 Media, that is a self-proclaimed marketing company. And that is ran by a guy, one of the senators of Arizona, Jake Hoffman, that I guess you've been affiliated with in business in the past at We the People USA. And through this company, it appears that like millions of dollars has been transferred to 110 Media from Turning Point and other like political campaigns like Kerry Lake and stuff like that. And so I'm curious, are you a partner of 110 Media, or can you help us understand what that company is that is run by Jake Hoffman?
Okay, I'm gonna stop really right there. Spoiler alert. I really want you to pay attention. I think this really helps out a lot, that we need to allow both sides to speak. Because if you've been following that, again, the Wolf of Finance guy, I don't know if he's a good guy or not. That's not my argument. But it's clear that he doesn't know a lot of the information that Tyler's about to share. And if you're just jumping in, we're watching an interview with Tyler Boyer, who is the COO of Turning Point USA Action. And he's worn a couple of hats within the company. But I think this was very helpful if you're somebody that just didn't understand, or maybe you've heard people say that, Tyler Boyer was embezzling money, blah, blah, blah. This will help you out a whole lot. So check it out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pretty basic. I mean, anyone that's ever run a business, right, has marketing agencies that they work with. 110's a marketing agency that we work with that places ad buys and media buys for Turning Point. So it's not the only media firm that we work with. We work with a handful. A lot of media we do internally on our own. So we build our own teams at Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action for that. But for example, I mean, it's really it's actually a little bit concerning that anyone that would claim to be an accounting aficionado wouldn't be able to look into the basics of, what an expense would be to a marketing agency. And again, just a pretty solid, like pretty straightforward. When you buy ads, they go in different places. So if they're billboards, you have to buy the billboard space. If it's online, digital, if it's Meta or Facebook, right, Instagram, you have to buy ads within their world on Google Ads. and then text messaging and everything else. You hire an ad agency that makes those media buys and placements. And so when people are saying, oh, millions of dollars is transferred to an agency, we bought ads through that agency. That's a pretty typical method for any organization. Obviously, we're a political organization. Our PAC, and again, for those that are listening for the first time and understanding what a political action committee is, or a 501c4 or a 501c3, 501c4s and political action committees engage in sometimes direct election involvement. PACs do that basically 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Most of the things that PACs do are advertising, placing ads. So when you see an ad on TV, for example, oftentimes it's either a campaign or it's a PAC that's putting that on. 110 has been our ad agency, above board, everything for many years. You have a handful of partners who do the ad placements. They're one of our top partners for that. And so people kind of looking at that and ignoring all the other media buys that we do and the other, obviously, turning points of Behemoth. We didn't become a big brand overnight. Jake and his company are what helped build the Turning Point brand and made it kind of a national phenomenon.
Cool. And so it's an outside organization. You're not a partner on 110 Media at all. That's a separate thing.
Yeah, no, it's an ad agency.
Cool.
So, day to day on that is all run by Jake and his team that he has. Obviously, we've been close. We only trust when you're in politics too. It's, as you can imagine, there's not very many ad agencies that want to work with conservatives. Most ad agencies are pretty liberal, actually. And so you can't go out and just hire any ad agency. And in fact, even within the conservative movement, most agencies that have existed are run by consultants, are consultants who make millions and millions of dollars off of ad buys. They try to put people over a barrel. I'm really proud that we've been able to work together with partners. And again, this isn't just the one agency, but we've worked with many different groups of good people who want to actually help the movement and that aren't putting people over a barrel, and they're helping actual conservatives get elected. And that's really unique. The guy you're talking about, Jake Hoffman, he's the chairman of the Freedom Caucus here in Arizona. He's helping get conservatives, the most conservative candidates, elected across the state. And so whenever I see a political attack of this nature, it tells me, it's probably politically motivated in some way. I can't say this about the Wolves and Finance guy, is that he got so many things so wrong. I would be really, really concerned if I were him, because I know he's gotten at least one cease and desist with his talk about that. But unfortunately, some of these things, as far as responsiveness goes, is like you can respond to each individual direct thing in public, and then they can go out and make more content and make more money off of it and do whatever. Or what you can do is you can sit back and you can say, okay, we're noting all the things that they got wrong. And, if we have to correct these things in court after we can show damages from what they've done down the road, then, they're going to have a huge bill to pay.
Yeah.
And so, these individuals who are kind of going down the track of, really making things up and saying things like you brought up, we the people, and there's this whole conspiracy theory that exists out there because of the individuals that were on that board. That was a board that was created many years ago for a separate organization that we had actually looked to acquire here in Arizona, a thing called Constitution Week USA. So Constitution Week was being run in Gilbert, Arizona, and it was one of the largest Constitution celebrations. We had actually looked at acquiring that and helping make it bigger, make it cool, and then spread it all across the country. And so that board that they had mentioned, which was just one board that was created to acquire that, it actually ended up not happening. That's why it went defunct pretty quickly, is that we didn't actually acquire that. But the whole goal was, create something to actually spread, Constitution education across the country. And again, so it's just another one of these things where it's like people, trying to villainize, really pretty basic good things that really don't have anything weird about them at all, and calling good evil, and sometimes evil good here is a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, and I guess one of the things that she referenced as well is that the scenario was put forth that he referenced this lawsuit that you were involved in from 2010 to 2017 that, finished up in 2017, and there was like $11,000 in some sort of damages to be paid. And that on public record, she says that your wages were garnished. And so it paints this picture of, financial hardship. And then 4 years later in 2021, they point towards you putting a hefty down payment of $650,000 on a house. And so the picture that's being painted is, how did it go from this alleged scenario, which it shows possible financial hardship, to then having enough money to put a $650,000 deposit on a house? And so is there any light that you can shed on that? Or is that something that you're saying that he got wrong as well, or misrepresented facts?
Yeah, totally wrong. Yeah. So unfortunately, I mentioned earlier in this podcast, so I had a previous marriage, got married in 2012, and it ended pretty abruptly. Not that long after, I have a good relationship. We had a son that came out of it. He's an incredible dude, and we love him so much. But in the midst of that, we had bought a house that, it was, I don't know if you remember, but the economy was in a massive spiral during that time period. It was pretty bad. So when we had gotten our divorce, we unfortunately couldn't sell the house. The house wasn't worth what we had bought it for, and so had to let it go. And so as part of that, we also had our first property, which was a condo, and apparently what had happened, I wasn't even aware of, and this is actually kind of a cool part of the story that came out of this, is that HOAs are notorious for going after people and trying to, basically get money out of them for years and years after the fact. There apparently was a condo association fee that was not paid when that was let go. And what ended up happening was they sat on it for 10 years and charged attorney's fees for 10 years on that. So it went from being like $300 or $400 to like $10,000. And I didn't know about it until it ended up in my mailbox 10 years later, and which paid it off right away. And was like, there's nothing you could do. And so the good news is that a law was passed in Arizona, which, this was one thing that I had instigated with people, is that they can't do that to you. Basically just hide for 10 years and charge you 10 years worth of attorney's fees for some random HOA cost that wasn't paid, because I thought it had been taken care of when we had turned the property over at the time. But unfortunately there was nothing that I could do about that. And once it came to my attention, paid it off right away. So
Interesting.
So
yeah, because he painted this picture. Oh, go.
Real quick, I need to clarify something, because Tyler did say something that sounded weird, and it might have been confusing. He was married to a woman. He's not gay, and he's already addressed that thing. From that marriage was a child, a little boy that they had. And the way he said it, I did hear it too. I was like, wait, what did he say? He says he's a wonderful dude and so on and so forth. He's talking about the child. And I don't know why he said it like that. It kind of got mumbled up. I don't think, I know he didn't mean that, because he's talking about he was married to a woman, and from the fruit of that marriage was a little boy. And I don't know why he said that. He probably went back and listened to it too. It was like, what the heck was I talking about? So no, Tyler Boyer is not gay. Tyler Boyer was married to a woman. He's currently now married to a woman. They have 3 kids in total. I think he has 2 children with his new wife. He had a child with his previous wife. So that's it. If you're just jumping in to the best live channel on the internet, we're listening to an interview with Tyler Boyer, who's, putting to rest all of the shenanigans that Candace Owens has put out, whether it be about who's running point on the case to Tyler Boyer being a deviant, all this kind of stuff like that. So anyway, I just want to make sure y'all had that. Anyway, let's bring it back in. Let's go.
For it.
Yeah. So I mean, but again, I'm happy to talk about it. It's like not really a secret, but yeah, it's kind of sucked for me. Like I would have much rather if you actually look at the filing, you can see what the original fee was that was unpaid. But this is a real problem for many people, is that HOAs can assess these fees and then go after them many years later. Again, like I mentioned, a law was passed that just eliminated that stopped them from able to take advantage of that. There's like kind of these like dirtbag law firms that just support HOAs to do that to people. And, you know, our expectations that they've done that to a lot of people. It happened to me. And so again, yeah, I think we solved that problem, but it was paid off right away as soon as I was aware of it, which, you know, I wasn't aware of it until they'd sent a letter that they were trying to garnish my wages for something I had no idea about.
Interesting. Interesting.
HOA.
Yeah, I mean, that's a completely different scenario in which is painted. So yeah,
I paid it right away. And yeah, and then you brought up pay for my house. So I live in an unrenovated. Yes, it's a nice house, but it's not by any means. I think it's been demonstrated. I live in Mesa. My wife and I put down a down payment after selling our last house, and we just put all of our money from the house that we had sold prior to that. And then all of our savings into this house that we had kind of invested into. And we looked at it as an investment because it's been brought up. It's like, we made a land investment as part of like what we decided to do with our money, because at the time it was, just to kind of paint a picture, it was COVID. We had looked at building a house in Gilbert, where I'm from. And as we started down that process, lumber costs went up about 3x. And so once we started doing that, we were like, this is kind of stupid. And a lot of, advisors said that, this may not be the best use of your money because, after COVID, lumber costs may come back down and everything else. So we decided to buy a house and invest into a little bit of land at our house. But, obviously it's been a little bit sensitive because they're putting my address everywhere, and we've got to have, uniformed police sitting outside my house because we've had crazy people, DMing and saying, pretty aggressive things where my kids live. So,
yeah. Okay. No, thank you for explaining that. And, yeah, I guess this kind of leads into, everyone saw that internal memo that was sent out by Charlie on September 2nd, talking about the new COO of Turning Point USA, Justin, and that he was instigating this initiative to do a Doge style audit to be more financially efficient and to kind of root out wasted costs and stuff like that. And a big question that I myself have had is, with that being kind of one of the last main things that it looked like Charlie was wanting to do in the company, is that something that has been carried out or is ongoing, that type of Doge style, more in-depth audit of TPUSA?
I just want to make sure this is super clear. So I was CEO of Turning Point USA up until about 3.5 years ago, when I separated my job out into about 4 different people at Turning Point USA, Justin being one of those people. And so Justin had just been made, COO about 3.5 years after I left that role, as I've been CEO at Turning Point Action since that time. So I just want to make something super clear. This is that the memo that you're talking about was intended by Charlie and Justin to be a extremely positive memo. That, again, nobody had ever anticipated that Charlie would get murdered the next week. Charlie was, and again, you just mentioned something that is not true, right? It didn't say a Doge audit. That's not what it said actually on it. It said that there was that Charlie loved the idea of Doge because of efficiency. Not because of like, hey, we have a bunch of waste. Turning Point's never been a wasteful organization. we've never. I think if he thought that that was going to go public everywhere, and would have been cast in a light, if that Charlie would have been cast in a light that he was being wasteful and that his organization was being wasteful, he'd be extremely offended by that. He would be on your podcast right now, be like, "You are stupid to think that I was running an organization that is wasteful and that I was trying to doge myself like that. Like that doesn't even like add up. You know, people I think generally understand that Charlie's a pretty smart dude, and so to put in that light, I think it's probably it's probably the strongest mischaracterization that's the case. He was obsessed with the concept of Doge from the standpoint of efficiency.
Yeah.
And what you have to look at and understand about Turning Point and our entire history is that we line up with a school calendar. So our fiscal calendar lines up with a academic calendar, which ends. So our fiscal calendar ends in June, and our new fiscal calendar starts in July. So every year that I've known Charlie, first off, we hold our own internal audits every year. You have to, as an organization of our size, when you're reporting to the IRS. So every single one of the Turning Point organizations has to audit ourselves. That's not like Nancy. We have a large organization. You have to get into the weeds on everything, every individual thing. Charlie signed off on every single one of those audits every year. His interest in Doge and the concept of Doge was the efficiency part, which is that every year that we come out of those audits and everything else, that first semester, if you will, because that's how we think in Turning Point terms, because we're on a school schedule, is when we try to make things more efficient and do them better than we even did last year. That's part of what's made us dramatically more successful than every other organization within the conservative movement. And that was the time period. So you're looking at Charlie, July, August, leading into when that came out was that, hey, we're going to, buckle in and make things even better. There's some things that, need to be, that can be and need to be even better. One of those things, I'll just give an example, events costs since COVID have gone through the roof. Most of these states, Turning Point does a ton of events in different places. Those costs have been dramatically skyrocketing since COVID. Mostly a lot of event venues and different places trying to recoup money from that was lost for many years. Those are things that you have to figure out when you run an organization of our size. We have a lot of staff. We have more staff than any other singular organization. Most of the funds that get contributed to Turning Point going directly into staffing. And so figuring out how to be as efficient as we humanly can, that means for human capital, that means where do we put people? How many people do we put in those areas? How do we avoid overlap, overages? Some states, have crazy wage laws. Again, California, New York, Massachusetts, Illinois are some of the worst states to operate in. And so you have to kind of figure out how to do more with less in some of those places where it just straight up costs you more to have more people in them. Those are the type of conversations that were intended by what was put out for. And again, I can't speak on behalf of Turning Point USA. I don't work for Turning Point USA. That was a Turning Point USA memo that runs all of those things. But I don't think he would ever have anticipated or intended for people to take that and go, oh, people think that we're not being efficient with our dollars. No, that's not the case. He was just so obsessed with greatness and efficiency that he always wanted to make things better.
Cool. Awesome. No, thank you for shedding more light on that, because I think that's a huge topic that is brought up over and over and over. But no, I appreciate
but that's like one thing that's like it's over and over where there's like, and again, pockets. I've been in politics for a long time, so you watch on X and other places like pockets of obsessiveness. It's like some of these things are just common sense, right? Like where it's like, hey, if somebody is being accused of something, don't you think that like there would be like people like speaking out about those things, right? In this case, if Charlie really intended to like, why would Charlie put out a message that was intended like to like this entire, I get super offended by this because it's like people who have had no involvement maybe for many years with the organization, no close involvement, are making allusions or accusations that are really disparaging towards Charlie himself. And to me, that's what's like so offensive. Like when people say this, they're right when they say that's attacking Charlie's legacy, because this element where it's like you're trying to suggest that Charlie Kirk was not in the middle of absolutely everything. If you knew Charlie and his involvement with Turning Point, his love for this organization, I mean, it's been said in many different places as he was like down in the weeds on every expense report, would make phone calls at 11, 12 o'clock at night on Sunday, going and reviewing people's expense reports, looking for inconsistencies down to like our entry level staff. Like there was nothing that has gone on at Turning Point that Charlie himself wasn't a direct manager of. And so yeah, I think that's really important for people to understand and hear, is that I've been here for a really long time. Making accusations of financial impropriety are just so ridiculous and silly. Like people wouldn't be around here operating these things if that was the case. And that specific memo that was put out by Justin, who's again our CEO, who that's been with us for many, many years now. It's not like he's a brand new face. He's been here for many years. It was on our advisory council, and then he was our chief development officer, and has been here forever. It's just genuinely silly.
No, thank you for shedding light on that. And one of the things recently that she's been saying as well is one of the things that people point to show distrust in you is that you received a federal pardon from President Trump over some things that are probably still going on and being settled in the courtroom. But is there any, light that you can shed on that situation to kind of maybe dispel with some assumptions that are made from hearing, oh, he received a federal pardon, therefore guilty of XYZ?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. So so not just me, but like dozens and dozens of people after the 2020 election have been isolated and attacked by leftists that support President Trump. I was an elector in the 2020 election. So I was a Republican elector for the state of Arizona. In every swing state, those of us that signed an alternate electors document, which is, again, this is covered in the law like pretty extensively. If elections are close, you have a situation that can happen where the counting that goes on after the election, and by the way, the reason why this is an entire problem now is because the election systems have been changed in so many states where you don't find out who the winner is on election night anymore. It sometimes in some states takes weeks or even months to determine what are the outcomes. Well, why is that the case? Well, that wasn't because of laws that I put into place. Those are laws and rules that have been put into place mostly by the left in most states. And so what's happened is, and this is, a lot of people had a lot of concern in 2020, and I'll kind of give some color commentary to this a little bit, is that COVID happened and a lot of rules changed. And because of that, a lot of people had a ton of concern about if Joe Biden was the rightful winner in many states. And just to put this into perspective, we're talking about like a fraction of a percentage between 4 or 5 states where Joe Biden barely won. He won the fewest ever amount of what they call bellwether counties to become president, like the fewest ever. It's like this is just fact, like straight fact. And in a state like mine in Arizona, it was so close that I had pretty much everyone. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of people were messaging, commenting, saying, emailing. You should have seen my email box in those weeks, which was, hey, you're a Republican elector, hold the line, to make sure that the votes get counted properly. I think every Republican that I've ever talked to said that's what we want to see that. And so I was part of litigation to ensure that the votes got counted properly, that the proper winner of my state in Arizona got acknowledged. But it wasn't just my state; it was Wisconsin, it was Michigan, it was Nevada, it was Georgia, if you remember. And the left obviously took massive issue with that battle, and it decided to personally target all of those of us that were, again, just citizens who were asked to be electors to support the president on the Republican side, targeting us and legitimately trying to villainize and criminalize all of those of us that were engaging in a fairly normal process. That is playing out still. It's been dismissed in Georgia and Michigan. It's playing out still in Arizona and Nevada. Unfortunately, we're still 5 years later. Each of us has spent
That's
hundreds
crazy.
and hundreds of thousands of dollars of our own money fighting a leftist attorney general who's attacking us for that. But the president had issued the statement, which was more of a statement than an official pardon, but his language was pardon for any person that had engaged in the normal civic process around the 2020 election. And my name was obviously at the top of the list because my last name is Boyer. Earlier in the alphabet, so I'm higher on the list. And unfortunately, that's been characterized as if I'm like some kind of, I was pardoned for something, in some cases on the internet, people saying that I was involved with Charlie's murder and therefore I was being pardoned. That's obviously not true. That's not what the language at all says. It takes about 2 seconds to figure that out.
Yeah.
But it wasn't just me. It's literally dozens, if not hundreds of other people who could potentially be attacked in the future by leftists who want to criminalize their political enemies.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the background, the basis for it. My family has has spent, basically so much time, energy, money. We've been attacked by radicals online who again have threatened me. This has kind of brought about a whole new line of people who don't seem to be totally politically aware of things, but have used that to then again make accusations that are completely false and defamatory. But they're using that in a almost a very violent way, which is saying that we're somehow the president is involved with forgiving me for something of like some heinous crime that obviously we aren't involved with. So it's pretty sickening to watch.
Yeah. Well,
very traumatic for the family, to be honest, too.
Yeah. No, I imagine. One thing specific, kind of more towards the Latter-day Saint audience, right? I was pretty sad to see, obviously, what happened in Grand Blanc, Michigan, the shooting that happened at the church, and then was pretty frustrating. I would love to hear your kind of thoughts on this. The day after, on the Charlie Kirk show, Mark Driscoll was brought on, and I don't know if you're aware, but Mark Driscoll, he's one of the foremost evangelical pastors that demonizes members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on a daily. And I'm just curious, and maybe because you're more over Turning Point Action, you're not really affiliated with that, but is that something that when you see also kind of frustrates you? And help me understand how that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was an unfortunate circumstance, which was that I think, so I just want to make this something super clear. And so I think we're sheltered sometimes as members of the church to be aware of like how demonized members of the church are by certain sects and sectarians within different Christian faiths, different sects of Christianity. I mean, it's a pretty common thing. I'm a little bit more numb to it because I think it happens so frequently. In fact, I typically am not involved with anything on the evangelical front because, the moment they find out that you're LDS, like you basically are, treated like the devil. which obviously we all believe that that's super wrong, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I mission where I spent a ton of time around others of different faiths, specifically within, Christendom is like really understanding where they come from, and our core belief system in the church is that, that even though we believe, the full restoration of the gospel is what people need to hear, that other people are on the pathway and understand it, and it's a good thing to be a faithful member of a church and to believe in God and the atonement and understand that and learn that, because you're closer to the doctrine of the restoration if you at least have that baseline, that knowledge baseline. Obviously, I think the gospel and the understanding of the restoration is incredibly threatening to others when you understand it and you actually communicate it. And so obviously you're going to have a lot of difficult conversations with pastors who may kind of, like, in their heart have some, I think unchristlike hatred for you. And I can just tell you, over the years, I've had really great conversations with people. I don't get my feathers ruffled by that. We engage a ton of pastors, but almost every pastor has some element of that feeling. Charlie didn't feel that way. I mean, he said so much just minutes before he died, before he was murdered, because he and I had worked so closely together for so long. I mean, so many people that we have within our orbit here in Arizona are LDS. So he didn't feel that way. I can't speak on behalf of Mark Driscoll. I think he was already scheduled to be on the show, which was a really unfortunate circumstance that probably should have been relooked at. But, obviously we've got a lot of irons in the fire here at between Turning Point, Charlie's show, and everything else. And I don't think people even recognize that. But Andrew felt really bad about the circumstances. It enabled a conversation to be had with Pastor Driscoll, which I think was good. It actually moved the needle a little bit in the right direction, which is like, we don't believe in that. We're not, big fans of that. And I think Andrew on Charlie's show, as executive producer, was extremely apologetic about it. And I had gone to Utah, I think that next week, where we did the big event at Utah State University, which obviously everybody on stage there was LDS. So I think people got the message that, we're not anti-LDS over here. I'm LDS. We have people who are Mormon. So
yeah, no, and no, thanks for clearing that up. That was really unfortunately timed, and honestly, I saw that, I was like, "What are we doing here?" And but
I don't think we even realized at the time how much of a lightning rod we were, where people had kind of just used us as a political football, because we're coming right out of Charlie's murder, right? So it's like. You have no idea like how obsessed people were going to become and watching every single thing and reading into every single thing. And that was one of the earliest things, was that people looked at that and read into that. And again, I don't blame people. I totally get it. It's like just more attentiveness to everything that Turning Point and Charlie show is doing and everything else. And everyone has the right to be offended by people who, directly attack our faith. Like I totally agree with that, right? Like I'm a defender. I'm the biggest defender of my own faith amongst people, that don't subscribe to our faith.
Yeah.
And I think we've done a good job at bringing people, calming people down in a lot of cases, and working with people in the evangelical movement to be like, just, we need to chill out. Here in Arizona, obviously Charlie endorsed Andy Biggs, who's going to be, one of the, outside of Utah, one of the first prominent LDS governors that we think in a long time. Arizona hasn't had an LDS governor in a long, long time. So it's, it's one of those things where it's like, there is, for people to understand, is that we have a lot of detractors. There's a lot of people that we politically agree with, even that we don't always agree with, but you can have conversations, open up conversations by having an organization of our size and scope that I think actually brings a lot of people together.
Yeah. No, I bet you've had some very interesting conversations in that regard. Thinking about the aftermath of, the routes that Turning Point has taken after in terms of leadership and whatnot. There's a clip that you probably have seen, but Brandon, if you want to pull it up there, of Charlie and Erica on the Charlie Kirk show, and they're kind of talking about, women pursuing careers and how to organize priorities and stuff like that. And then seeing, what has kind of happened in the aftermath of Erica taking, position as CEO. I want to roll this clip and then kind of hear your thoughts a little bit more about it.
It shows that married women with kids are the happiest. Why do you think that is? I mean, it's just nature. I mean, just becoming a CEO of a shoe company is not going to give you happiness.
Women have it so mixed up. You can have a career after children, but if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth. I can't spend half of the day doing one thing. I missed out half of that time with being with the kids. So you have to choose where your heart has to be fully with the home. You have to make that decision on your own, but you can always, after your kids are in school or after they're in high school, you can always go back to work. You can always find a way to get back into the workforce. But if you miss those precious first few years, that is so hard to make up because memories are so much more important than an added paycheck. And
Pause. So after seeing that and then seeing, so quickly after Charlie's assassination, her being put into the CEO position, can you maybe shed a little light on, what went into that whole transition process? And is she, really super involved in the day-to-day? And what was the thinking behind putting her as kind of the new face of Turning Point?
Well, look, I'll just address this first by saying, Erica is one of the strongest people. I mean, anyone that's a widow, in any circumstance, the scriptures say this. I think just as normal human beings, as men in particular here, is that you should look after widows. Mm-hmm. You should be, people attacking a widow, and again, it doesn't really matter what's the level of spotlight they have. The broken heart that she has, the amount of pressure that just from losing her husband is one thing. Mm-hmm. Charlie, for better or for worse, was the person who repeatedly said, if anything ever happens to me, I'd like to see Erica kind of continue the mission. I'd like to see her do the work that I do. Why? Because, I think, obviously outside of carrying his name, and his heart and the passion that, she understood it better because she spent, outside of probably myself, Erica probably spent more time with Charlie one-on-one than any other person on this planet. And so, in the few short years that they had together as a married couple, but prior to that, they had dated extensively through that, and he trusted her fully, 100%. And so it's a hard thing to be approached by people to say, well, what's going to happen if something happens to you? Heaven forbid. I think his wish for that is kind of a blessing and a curse type of a thing, right? Which is, the blessing is that Erica is incredibly strong, incredibly capable. I think she has a lot to bring to the table that's going to be able to help young women. The thing with the negative side to this is that, she wasn't asking for this. This isn't something that Erica, wanted to do. It's not like she was seeking it out. It's not like she was building a career to try to become CEO of Turning Point. She, this is something that has fallen on her shoulders that she stepped up to, very much like a calling. And that's the way that she's treating it, by the way, is very much that she's been called to do this, not that she's forced to do this, not that she wants to do this, but that she's been called to do this. To be able to carry on the legacy of her assassinated husband, of the person that she cared more about than anyone else. Not on just behalf of herself, but her children and her future grandchildren and all of the people, all the donors and relationships that Charlie cared about so closely that he had built tremendous relationships with, the president's team, that's depending on Turning Point, all of the individuals, the hundreds of thousands of activists and individuals who are very close to Turning Point. I mean, that is a huge amount of things to take on. And there's probably not very many people on this planet that are capable of taking that on, to be honest. And the fact is that she's taking that on in stride, and she's done an incredible job so far. But I think I would reject the premise of like, oh, well, she said these things that she believes, by the way, fully and through, because she had anticipated being put in this position. I don't think anyone wants to be in this position. I don't think she wants to be in this position. But, you know, when you're called to do something and it's presented itself, and, you know, God nudges you in a certain way, you either boldly take that on or you reject it, and you wait for what the consequences of that will be. I think I have a huge amount of respect for being one of the closest people that's being able to watch all this, is that I think she's going to be uplifted and blessed in this role, where she's going to be able to carry out her caretaker duties and her motherly duties, while also being able to carry the weight of a massive organization and movement. And again, I think that she's going to be blessed for doing that. But I totally reject the idea that she wants that. I don't think anyone, any sane person would want to do that. And I don't think any sane person would want to be in this position, but you've got to be strong on behalf of the country and the movement. And she's done that. And she deserves a ton of respect. She deserves a ton of grace and love and help. And she's going to be attacked like crazy by the left and people who want to make a quick buck. You know, those are people, you know, I probably wouldn't want to ever associate with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Tyler, thanks for sharing that. I think it's great to get kind of a behind the scenes perspective on that with Erica. And in relation to this topic about Erica, I know a lot of people are wondering, just a quick question on this. There seems to be, and maybe this question will be trivial to you, but to people on the internet, it would be good to clear it up. So there seems to be a discrepancy on when Erica says you and her met, and when you say you and her met. I believe she says you met at a 2015 Trump rally, and then there was a discrepancy on when the meeting actually happened. Just if there's a short answer to that, would you mind maybe clearing it up?
It's actually really simple. Is what she said is true, and what I've said is true, is that we had met by phone prior to that 2015 Trump rally. So the background is, and this is important for people to understand, Erica was 2012 Miss Arizona. So she's part of the Miss Universe world, right? So the Miss Universe world, which was owned by Donald Trump, all of those people, and this isn't unique to Arizona, this is everywhere across the country. Those that participated with that were kind of, you know, very friendly and kind of fans of Donald Trump. So when he decided to run for president, and remember, this is June of 2015 that he announces, I think it was. And then almost immediately after that, I get a phone call in Arizona to asking if we wanted to host a fairly small anti-illegal immigration event in Arizona. And so it had wanted, this was part of the president's early strategy, that when he was then candidate Donald Trump, was to do to talk about illegal immigration as being like kind of a core piece of his thing. And so where else would you go than Arizona? So they call, what I suspect, they start working all their networks with the Miss Universe contestants and pageant winners from the past in Arizona. And many of them, it's not just Erica, but many of them, and I've known a few Miss Arizonas through, there's a lot of people that get involved with the pageant world that end up in politics and things like that. It's not unique to Erica, but she had been contacted and someone had said, hey, Tyler, who was the chairman of the Maricopa County at the time, I was, this young 20-something-year-old chair that was running this whole thing, is in charge. Here's his number, get in touch with him. And so we had gotten in touch about showing up to that. But yeah, our first face-to-face meeting ever was at that 2015 rally. And then after that, I had encouraged, I was like, oh, you're awesome. Like, thanks for getting involved. Of course, again, we put the former Miss Arizona on stage behind the president.
Yeah.
With all of that. But so two things can kind of be true at the same time, which is I had mentioned that we had spoken before. Yeah, we had spoken before. We hadn't actually physically met. Our first time, I think, ever meeting was at that 2015 rally when she showed up and she was part of it and everything else. And it was like, wow, that was cool, because that changed the world at the time.
Yeah.
When we hosted that event, that became the first Trump rally ever that was ever hosted. And so anyone that was part of that, the cool part about this, which again, calling good things evil and evil things good, people calling this evil, which is kind of bizarre to me. It's like, Erica was literally part of the first Trump rally ever. That's how we met, which ultimately ended up with her meeting Charlie. And Charlie, and again, I've told this story a lot of times. I thought she was, way too big of a fish for Charlie to reel in at the time. I was like, because Charlie had not dated that many people. He had, and I was a little bit concerned because she's awesome. Like, she's like through and through. Again, just to speak to her capabilities, she's incredible. She's an incredible human being. We wanted to get her involved on our faith side because of that was her whole, that was where her heart was, focusing on the pastor recruitment, the pastor outreach, everything else that we had done at that time. And Charlie met her and was like, oh my gosh, she's beautiful. I want to date her. And I was like, yo, dude, wait, like, don't mess this up. We want to hire her. And fortunately for them both, Charlie was able to close the deal and meet and spend time together and fall in love and get married and do things the right way. And then after getting married, move in together and have kids. And that's a beautiful story. And so people trying to make this into a thing where it's like, oh, this is like super questionable. It's like, actually, it's kind of pretty cool how it happened, which is that, the president's team, was the one that talked to the Miss Universe pageant contestants. I hosted that first event, invited her to get more involved. Turning Point. Charlie met her. It's a very beautiful thing, and I think it's pretty obnoxious and evil for people to try to suggest otherwise or say, oh, there's something questionable here, or she's a CIA agent. It's like, guys, this is so stupid. Like that is like such a disgusting betrayal of, again, Charlie's intellect. Going back to kind of what we talked about earlier here, is like Charlie loved Erica and Erica loved Charlie. They were one person, and their story is really cool. And I hate the fact that they have so much introspection to their life after Charlie's assassination, but it is what it is. And I hope that people will be a lot kinder to a widow and really be really grateful that she was like with the president from day one. You could argue she was more locked in with President Trump maybe before Charlie was. So it's like, they were there, and a great tag team and a duo, to support the president, and it's just very, very cool.
And from my understanding, both her and Charlie kind of have this Protestant evangelical background. One of the things that Candace has said, and I think this was October 29th when she first talked about this, is that secretly Charlie was converting to Catholicism, and that the place of burial was so hush-hush in the funeral because he actually had a Catholic burial ceremony at a Catholic cemetery. Is there anything you can offer on that front?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into private matters, and there's so many private things that are around Charlie's burial that are intentionally private, because there's so many people who would like to disparage him and come to those sites and
I understand
that. And so I really can't talk a whole lot about that, but I can talk about his faith, which is Charlie was through and through evangelical his entire life. I mean, he literally spent every waking second, including at the event in Utah where Frank Turek was with him, with faith leaders in the evangelical community. That's all he did. That's he spent all, like, literally, that was his number one thing is, and he said this oftentimes, is his relationship with God, how he defended and spoke about Jesus to the public was the most important thing to him. And so that was his faith. I think he had a great admiration for other faiths, including ours, right?
Yeah.
Including the LDS faith. He said so just minutes before. He had great admiration for many elements of the Catholic faith. And no one has ever suggested otherwise. But I think it's actually pretty disingenuous, again, to truly not be as close to Charlie and to make suggestions about like the most important life choices that you could possibly make, whether it's around the love of his life or his faith. Those are you shouldn't speak ill about the dead. You shouldn't also put words into the mouth of those who have passed, that have gone on. And I wouldn't do that as one of the people that are closest to Charlie. I mean, I've probably hundreds of thousands of text messages with Charlie over the years. I would never even think about releasing one of those messages.
Don't be showing them. Don't be showing them.
Kind of like gain some kind of political point on the internet, which again, obviously is very appealing, I think, to many who had private conversations regularly with Charlie. But it's wrong. It's wrong to make suggestions or, to make again, just kind of like dunk on people because you want to win one like small little argument or make one point that is going to push some kind of narrative. That's just not right. Charlie deserves better than that. He was a great man of faith, and to try to characterize him as anything outside of his own words, I think is wrong.
Yeah. So that claim that he's secretly, converted to Catholicism, you would say is kind of categorically false from everything that
it's cap.
Why would Frank Turk be next to him in like right near you, Brandon?
Yeah.
When that happened?
Yeah. No, that was something.
Again, these are just like kind of the basic things where it's like, well, if you actually like start to like use common sense and start asking those questions, like these things kind of unravel real quickly. But again, it's you can have admiration and love and care, especially when people I think also kind of don't really think about this. It's like Charlie was a major political figure, but probably bigger than we even realized at the time of his death. And so he was, he had balanced a lot of different relationships of different types of people coming from lots of different backgrounds all the time. I mean, he was really good at that. The best at that. And so I don't think it's weird for people to be like, oh, wait, he had a lot of different relationships. Like, of course he had a lot of different relationships. I don't think that's weird at all to recognize those. I mean, I think he had a lot of people who were good friends coming from all different backgrounds that he trusted and liked and listened to. And I think that actually speaks to his character more, which is that you can be friends. He said this himself. He said this about Candace. And this is the way I feel, by the way. It's like Candace is, I don't know if I feel this way about myself anymore, but Candace is a good friend. Like we're good friends. You can disagree with people, have totally different opinions from people, and then also get along with them and figure it out. And I think Charlie felt that way about people of different faith backgrounds. I think he felt that way about different people that disagreed on lots of different things within the conservative movement. I think there's a lesson to be learned there that we can take away and say, hey, how can we be a little bit more like Charlie in that way? Well, it's definitely probably not going out and attacking the living daylights out of each other constantly. That's just not going to be the way that you do it. The way that you do it is you be an actual good friend. You identify when you disagree. You work on those things kind of in the background, and you focus on the things that are positive and kind of move forward in positivity. And I'll say this about Candace is Charlie believed in Candace through and through, that she was exactly what the conservative movement needed to help aggregate this attack on Black Americans, telling them that they had to think a certain way because Obama or Biden or whoever else told them to, or the DNC told them to. And she did a tremendous amount of effort to break that spell and give people the ability to free think. My concern today would be is like, are you focused on those things? Giving people.
I gotta stop for a second, man. This dude is still, after all the things that Candace has said, he's still giving her her roses, her flowers. He's still being, you would not think that Candace had said some of the things that she said about this man, the way he's still speaking pop. I mean, that's gonna have to go down, and that's gonna go down in the annals of history. Because I'm sorry, I probably would have said, yeah, Charlie hated her. Charlie thought she was a low down, good for nothing. But this dude is still being ethical. Somebody said it right here in the chat. Like, the reason she doesn't like him is because he's ethical. And you know what? Tyler Boyer is a better person than me, because I probably wouldn't have been this kind to her. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have been that kind. So shout out to him, because he's doing way better than me. Or I just wouldn't have been able to say it. I just wouldn't have been able to say it. So I just think that goes to show what kind of person he is. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep it dancing. Let's go.
People that opportunity, to think freely, or are you going down pathways that are not really aiding the activist movement that Charlie built? If there's one thing that we tell people, it's, you don't have to help Turning Point, but go out and build your own civic engagement activist arm, just the way that Charlie did, to help bring more people to truth and light and free thought and free speech. Those are things that are going to be very, very impactful. And again, you don't have to do it through Turning Point. Do your own thing. Like, go out and create your own thing. I think that's what we would encourage, or I think that's what Charlie would encourage, is to say, hey, you don't have to work with us. Go do your own thing, but help the movement, help the conservative movement, help the activist base, organize, because we're up against absolute vitriol and evil from the left. The communists that want to take over this country are, they're there. They exist, and so you have to fight it.
Yeah. And going back to what you were saying about yours and Candace's relationship, like, I've heard you kind of speak on the Alex Clark show, how, back in the day, it was kind of, as in your terms, the three amigos. You guys were all there together, you, Charlie, and Candace, when she first met Kanye. And then now she portrays your guys' relationship in a very, very different light. Has she reached out to you personally at all? Like, if she reached out to you to come on her show and have this same type of conversation, like, is that something you would want to do? Or help me understand the current state of your guys' relationship.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, the last time I saw her, I think she's mentioned this, was a little bit more over a year ago. It was, I think 2024. I think was the last time she had spoken when everything. So I mean, everything was pretty much normal. I had a picture of her in my office up until just she started saying these kind of negative, a lot of these things, untrue things, and kind of attacking. So, like, I've never had, and I still really don't have anything negative to say about Candace. Obviously, I disagree with her on a lot, including the way that she feels about us. Just it's one of those things where it's like, you feel that way, but I've never had any negative feelings towards her. Mm-hmm. In fact, it just hasn't been a thing. We, Turning Point USA, was able to pick up Blexit, and it's just been rebranded not that long ago to Rise, and it has some incredible leaders, including Pierre, that's on the team that oversees that. Mm-hmm. There's just hasn't really been any real negativity. Like, any negativity that's coming, it's like 100% from the other direction. Mm-hmm. And I don't really, to answer your question as succinctly as possible, I don't really know where that's coming from. I really don't get it at all, other than, feeling, there's some kind of feeling maybe that, she had some kind of more in-depth relationship with Turning Point, as a, again, former employee here or whatever, right? But, myself, like, I've never had anything negative. I was at her wedding and she's been a friend. She's spoken at many of our things. Every time I've seen her, it's always been positive. And so it's kind of a little bit of a shock.
Yeah. And she hasn't reached out to you personally, like, at all?
No.
Okay. This is very telling. Shout out to anybody that's jumping into the best live chat. This is Tyler Boyer. He was on a podcast this past week discussing pretty much all of the rumors put out about TPUSA, about himself, by Candace Owens. I kind of wish he had stayed on that wedding, though, because I want to know who else went to Candace's wedding. Because, my theory is Candace and Erica were never really friends. And I really don't believe. I think Charlie did go to Candace's wedding. I don't think Candace. I have not seen that Candace went to Charlie's wedding. Now, maybe somebody can find me that video or that picture. That's something different. I want to see evidence that Candace was at Charlie's wedding, but I digress. He's answering a lot of good questions. I do think one of the reasons why, in my opinion, why he's not really super defensive is because the more you try to defend yourself, the more fodder you give the fools. So he's just saying, hey, no, this is not true. And he moves on. This is not true. And he moves on. I think that's the right way to do it. If he went into the deep weeds, he's going to say something wrong. They're going to latch onto it. And that's going to be 22 more episodes. So I think he's doing the right thing. But shout out to everybody who's jumped in. I appreciate y'all. This is a little bit longer. Like I said, it's like almost 2 hours. Let's just call it 2 hours, right? And I'm gonna try to get. I'm not gonna keep stopping.
No, like nothing.
Yeah, no, I haven't spoken to her at all. Since Charlie was assassinated, and again, she knows how close I am to Charlie. I think she's mentioned this a bunch of text messages she has. She's blocked out my name on it, but it's me, her, and Charlie on the text message with those things. And so when she shared some of those personal messages that have been out there, and again, I have nothing negative to say about her at all. I just don't. I have again totally disagree with some of the positions that she's taken. I'm not focused on the Israel thing at all. Like that's not. My position. We didn't get into all of this, but I'm LDS, so we have a core belief on the gathering Israel. That's kind of it's a faith driver. Served my mission in Russia, saw a lot of really cool things that I think experiences that most people have never seen. That I think relate to the lost 10 tribes and spending time with that, and that changes your perspective a little bit. I think politically on Israel. So I totally disagree with some of those, that's at the forefront. That's the most important thing. I just think, yes, we should be careful about who we're funding. No, I don't think Israel is the greatest threat to America. I think there's many other threats that are far greater to us and to our society. But yeah, I have nothing negative to say about her outside of, I think we've been all kind of just shocked at how this has played out. But I can only imagine it has something to do with, again, things that she believes and other narratives that have been built that are just substantively false. Yeah. And the most recent being this week of kind of talking about just like some relationship with I know there's been all these conversations with Russia and everything else. Again, my connection to Russia is I served my mission in Russia.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was kind of tracking.
Yeah.
Has that?
I got my degree in Russia because I served my mission in Russia. I was planning on going to law school, and getting my degree in Russian was the easiest way to get in law school. So
yeah.
I didn't go to law school because I met Charlie.
Yeah, and as someone, I served in Lisbon, Portugal, so I speak Portuguese. I was filling out the stuff to go to college, and so I never made it there, which I'm really glad I didn't. But yeah, I was gonna go and take a Portuguese class, and I already knew how to speak fluently, and so yeah, that's where I was kind of seeing. And so to allege that, Tyler, he speaks Russian because I even saw on a stream someone took from what Candace said is like he is part Russian and he has, Ukrainian ties and all these things. And so, no, dude, I appreciate you coming on and go for it.
Well, to get deeply into that too is I think somebody pulled like a picture from my Facebook. This is how insane this is, right? Mm-hmm. So there's a picture of me with a Russian adopted kid here in Arizona. Mm-hmm. I think I only met one kid ever who was adopted from Russia. That's pretty frequent, like from Ukraine or Russia. Mm-hmm. Kids that get adopted. It's one of the countries that you see these adoptions happen because Russia has and Ukraine and other places have huge problems with orphanages. They have like overcrowded orphanages because it's a huge problem. Anyways, there's one kid, a family that was in my parents' ward had adopted a kid that was Russian. And so I just got back from my mission not that long ago. And they were like, hey, can you come just like talk to her and spend time with her? Because she doesn't speak any English. And so we just don't want to make her, we want to make her feel as comfortable as possible. And, can you just talk to her and maybe translate and do all that stuff? And so I did. So I'd done that. I'd gone and met with them just a couple of different times just to talk to their sweet daughter that they had adopted recently, and kind of heard her out. But they had taken a picture. Somebody had taken a picture of me with her. I'd posted, which was again following my mission off my Facebook, and then posted that as if like I was involved with some like orphanage thing or that, which obviously is not true. It's equally as true as me being gay, which is like that I have got involved. So it's like every single thing that's being posted is basically 100%, 1000% false. And then they create these other narratives, but then they go, oh, but you speak Russian for a reason. It's like, well, yeah, I speak Russian because I went on my mission to Russia. And you try to explain that to the rest of the world. It's hard for people to understand that because most churches don't do what we do, right? You don't learn the language fluently, and you don't speak it. So so that's been a really interesting thing that's come out of it. But I think members of the church would kind of understand it a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you giving clarity to that. And I guess, Tyler, thank you so much for coming on. And one of the most shocking things is that Candace hasn't reached out to you personally because she's dedicated so much time and attention to talking a lot about you. And yeah, I mean, I guess going back to that question, if she were to ask you to come on and, share your perspective on these things, is that something that you would be willing to do?
Yeah, it's hard because it's like when people frame you in such a bad way, it's like you don't know if you want to just jump on a live stream and talk to her. Like I would talk to her any day of the week. If she called me, I would talk to her, have a conversation. You be careful. You have to be careful because people record you and they try to do things and they try to, take little things that you say. It's hard. It becomes difficult when, there's different objectives that people have that you don't really know what they're trying to do. Right. And again, my heart goes out to her with the things that, I mean, she's up against the entire French government with Macron and everything else. It's like, I don't know what she's dealing with all of those things. I can't imagine it's easy. I've got my own, set of things where we're constantly dealing with battles. I'm not really looking for battles at all or to correct her all the time. I think Erica said it best is if we just went around just correcting things all the time, we would spend all our time just correcting people.
Yeah.
And so, I think that's why that the gospel is so important. Is it's really truly by their fruit you shall know them type stuff. Is you can only judge people off the things that they produce and what they do. And we're really proud of the amount of effort and organization that we've done here at Turning Point that's enabled people to get more involved and more religious in their own faith, to start families and to do that, to get more involved at the activist level, and to become even candidates for office and run for office. Yeah. We're really excited about people at Turning Point Action getting involved with our coalitions and joining those, to showcase what real, true, meaningful kind of truth spreading looks like. That's the work that I do on a day-to-day basis. And I know, I'm not new to this. I'm attacked all the time by the left, most frequently for this stuff. And it is what it is. But, I think people start to figure out over time when, they see when things aren't totally accurate or they're not true representations of things. I hate it when those things end up in a court situation where you have to actually, hold people accountable for saying some of those things. Truly, I think that's the biggest waste of time that you could possibly engage in, is that there's more work to be done. There's positive work to be done to build up our families, our communities. And that's the work that we try to do. And so I would be totally open all the time. Is my hope is that would be a goal that Candace would want in her life, is to build up communities. I just don't know if that is what she's going for, right? I don't know if that's what she's interested. I don't even know if we have interests that align, whereas 10 years ago, I think the interests did align. I think that was her goal with, starting Blexit, the encouragement of Charlie and others to do that. I just don't know if that's what she wants to do. And so it's like, it's tough because it's like, I don't know if there's really anything to talk about other than, correcting her when the time is right, when, she gets things wrong. And, I think people in general have a responsibility to do that and listen to her. So.
Yeah. Yeah, no. And, yeah, bro, I mean, going back to that first episode we made, the only thing I said about you was Tyler Boyer might be shady. I don't know him, because I'm not naive enough to think that just because someone is a returned missionary or an active member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that they don't have big skeletons in their closet. But I just would, leave it to you to give your last word, that from looking at how the narrative has been portrayed as you as this bad, nefarious guy that somehow, was doing things to hide things financially, that, you benefited somehow of Charlie's assassination and maybe somehow were complicit in it. Like, what would you have viewers leaving here knowing about you and just about your faith and your testimony and kind of the whole situation in its entirety?
No, I appreciate that. I mean, my viewpoint is I mean, obviously I spoke at Charlie's wedding, small room. I never anticipated to speak, at his memorial, especially that closely. He was one of my best friends. We were the closest. We were, kind of two peas in a pod when it came to doing the work to change the conservative movement. When I met Charlie, so many years ago, and then spending well over the next decade, hour by hour together. I told people this, is that I probably spent more time talking to Charlie hourly than any other person on this planet. And my wife included, just spent that much time together. And we were synced in and honed in on the things that needed to be built to help change the movement. And I miss him every single day, because having him gone, I mean, I think a lot of people really appreciate him now that he's gone, and have seen, the ways that he worked and how great he was in his element. But the background, Charlie was a man that was really what you saw on the front face, but he was just so good at what he did. And I personally have spending so much time, having spent so much time with him, building every single program that we have at Turning Point. And most people have no idea what we actually do at Turning Point. I mean, all of the programming, more people are aware now, but our collegiate programming, our high school programming, our faith-based programming at Turning Point USA, education that's going through K-8, at Turning Point Action, I could talk about that until I'm blue in the face with the 10 key target states. I mean, we've done so much. And for him not to be there for every bit of it is heartbreaking. For people to, again, make accusations that those of us that spent the most amount of time with him, that built all those things with him, that somehow benefit from his absence is just totally insane. Like, I look at people on the internet saying things like that about his sweet wife, about myself, about other people. And it's like, in what world can you imagine this world being better off, that Turning Point being better off without Charlie here? Like, it's just an insane thing to say. And I personally, the other thing that I'll just say, kind of just point blank, is that, Charlie was my partner on building all this stuff. Like, we were partners on most of these things. Like, I was in the saddle with him. There is no financial benefit whatsoever to Turning Point's future in having Charlie gone. He was one of the most prolific fundraisers ever. He was, had all of the relationships of people who trusted him so dearly. Is now our opportunity that we have to step up and carry on his legacy, especially in his name. But making the suggestion that, like, somehow people would be better off without him. And like, there's no factual evidence of that whatsoever. And so I think it's really crazy that people have made that suggestion. I think that people would think that there's any kind of world. I think most people are figuring out that that's an insane line of reasoning. But for me, I just miss him every single day. I wish he was here with us, especially through 2028. He loved JD Vance like a brother. JD's been like a brother to a lot of us. He's an incredible dude. He was so excited about him running for president, and that's probably on the top of our mind, every step of the way throughout this entire thing, both in 2026 and 2028.
Mm. Well, Tyler, thanks for taking the time. You gave us a lot of your time, and I appreciate you being willing to do as Charlie did, go out and address things head on and not cower away. And, I hope the viewers watching can see how it is possible that there are people motivated by other things that may not be good to paint things in a certain light, to drive engagement, to, stoke, conspiracy and stuff like that. And not to say that you and I, Tyler, would be the first to say that not everyone in the government or other organizations is 100% above board, and there are secret combinations. The Book of Mormon is probably one of the most stark, warnings against secret combinations and things like that happening in our society. But I think we should, when we try to create some that there's no real substance there, then it diminishes the validity of them actually being out there and doing nefarious things. And so appreciate you coming on. And yeah, I'd love to have you on another. Go for it.
I'll say this, part of that is you talk about secret combinations, and that's a term I use all the time. There's one group that has fought the political establishment harder and held the line harder than anyone else. It's been here at Turning Point. And so it actually stands to benefit those secret combinations and those groups by taking out Turning Point, by attacking Turning Point. So I actually have a lot of questions oftentimes when people are attacking Turning Point, because I know, I stand on our own 2 feet. We have nothing sketchy. Trust me, if there was anything sketchy going on, it would be so obvious and so clear and transparent, and that would have been the case here. But when you have like actual outside governments and invisible hands that are controlling things, those groups don't get attacked by the left. They don't get attacked by they don't get investigated by Arctic Frost and the Biden administration and things like that. What does happen is that there are people in those secret combinations that hijack others to continue and persevere on those attacks against those groups. And there's not one single group that has been standing against the elite, the establishment, everyone holding things in check. Charlie was at the forefront of that. He was the George Washington of that. Turning Point is at the forefront of that. And so I always think it's super suspect when people are coming and attacking us. And the way that we look at it is we go, okay, well, what's the motivation of these people? What kind of strange political bedfellows have they made along that pathway? So just something to think about.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, I'd love to have you on another time to talk more specifically about how your Latter-day Saint faith and your mission experience have played a role in your career and over at Turning Point, in a stream that I'm not also asking, are you gay and are you a swinger with your wife and stuff like that? You know what I'm saying? But whoa. Dude, appreciate you coming on, and hopefully the viewers will appreciate the show of transparency here. And I think this is something that many people have been wanting for a long time. And so grateful that you chose to come on this platform, and wish the best for you and your family and Turning Point going forward, brother.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Tyler. Okay. Jackson, it's over. We got that done with a pretty massive interview. I don't know. What did you think about it?
Here's the thing that was the most blaring, stark thing that came to my mind is when President Nelson said a few years ago that in the coming days, it will be impossible to survive spiritually unless we have the constant guiding voice of the Holy Spirit. And, you know, I asked Tyler, look, she's saying that it's obvious, everyone knows at Turning Point that you're gay and stuff like that. I could have pressed him like, oh, prove to me that you're not gay, bro. Like, maybe we could consider here for a second that not everything we hear on the internet, even if it's said multiple times very loudly by a prominent public figure, maybe that it's not true. Maybe that it's not true.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I have a little personal experience with this. With when we posted the video about my therapist story, several large podcasts clipped that and started, you know, making these theories about how the therapist was involved in doing some sort of MK Ultra psyop on me, that there was a larger conspiracy there. But me knowing the full background and context of everything that went on, I know that that's not true, and it's impossible to tell all those details about that. And so I think getting this conversation with Tyler to have some transparency, to take a half step back and look at things from a greater picture, hearing his perspective and her perspective, and others who are talking about this and chattering about this online, will give us the ability to better discern. So I hope that people are thinking critically about this and have listened with an open heart to the fact that maybe there's alternatives to what has been purported online as truth.
Yeah. And so I'm really curious to hear your guys' thoughts on this conversation in the comments. Because look, we asked him the hard questions of all the allegations that have been thrown at him. And he said that he's more than willing and wants to come on the show again after we see kind of the reaction and what your guys' thoughts are, talk more about his mission experience and things like that. And one thing that I was realizing after we ended the interview is anyone that's been paying attention to Candace Owens, you know, some of the main things that she's harped on is, one, people that have military ties, people that have been to Israel before, and, you know, in the early days of after the aftermath of Charlie's assassination, people that were LDS, right? Being a part of the Beehive communist cult regime.
So if you see Jackson's face on a Candace Owens thumbnail after this.
I'm a United States Marine Corps infantry sergeant, okay?
There we go.
Reserves, okay? I'm a cog in the machine. If that puts me guilty, I guess I'll be guilty. I went to Israel earlier this year. Here's a little thumbnail of how I talked about that whole situation. I came back not pro-Israel. I came back pro-Jesus, and I read all the scriptures in the Book of Mormon talking about when how we view the returning to the land of Jerusalem of the Jewish people, that it is always preceded in scripture, especially in the Book of Mormon, by a repentance and coming unto Jesus Christ. And so, no, I'm interested to see the further conspiracies that maybe
I think we fully expect to be clipped by Candace.
And look, I'm more than willing to engage and address any claims that are thrown, just like it seemed that Tyler Boyer was, by coming on the show and spending 2 hours talking about all these things. And so,
that's so crazy.
Again, let me know what you guys think in the comments, and God bless you. Remember, if you're not looking at the world through a gospel lens, you're only getting half the story.
All right. Shout out to that podcast. I really do appreciate them taking care of that and addressing it. I don't know if the mods did, but I'm going to just drop the link to that in the chat just in case they did. I'm pretty sure they did. Shout out to Lady Luck Club is up in the building. Matter of fact, tomorrow evening, probably about 8 o'clock or so Eastern Standard Time, Lady Luck and I are going to be tag teaming, going through the response that Candace Owens filed to ask the judge to throw out her case against the Macrones. I mean, the Macrones case against her. So Candace, Lady Luck Club and I tomorrow are going to go through that whole thing And so get some rest after church, take a nap, go out and exercise, get loose, make sure you got your beverages, got your snacks. Monday is a federal holiday, so we can be here all night, but we're gonna go through that. We're also, if possible, if Nick is available, Nick Brooks, we'll try to tap him in to as well. So anyway, that'll be tomorrow, 8:00. Shout out to Lady Luck Club. Can y'all real quick, just make sure you put LLC in the chat. Just go ahead and let her know we appreciate her, our good friend and sister in the Lord, as well as in these streets, our sister in the streets out here. Shout out to her for sure. Listen, I am a litigator and see the power it has to redress certain issues. Okay. All right. Shout out to him. Yeah. I really appreciate y'all. Let Lady Luck Club know we appreciate her. And I'm looking forward to having her come on tomorrow. And we're going to be talking about this. This should be fun. Okay. That was good. Real quick, just give me your, let's use a scale of 1 to 10. 1 to 10. How satisfied are you with that interview of Tyler Boyer answering a lot of those questions? He really did answer a lot of questions, I have to say. I think he talks kind of slow because I think he could answer more, but he did answer a lot of questions. So on a scale of 1 being not satisfied at all, 10 being over the moon, just put a number in. That's all you got to do, of how satisfied are you with Tyler Boyer's response to this, to those questions by those hosts. We're not arguing about LDS. We're not arguing about any of that nature. But I just want to get your overall summation. What is your opinion about it? I got 10s, I got 9s. Can I say a 20? Well, okay. Please, if you could, Lady Luck Club, could you please drop your link in the chat as well? Thank you so much. 11s? Wow. Okay. All right. Shout out. Okay. I got y'all. You know what I do like also, and this is a side note. I like the fact that the host, I need some WD-40 on my chair. No, it's actually, if you talking about this right here, it's actually for some reason or another, my mic arm needs a little bit of oil. So maybe my mic arm needs some WD-40, man. Shut up, man. Ben, how you gonna be calling me out, bro? You going to 0-second timeout. I will say this, the hosts want a whole bunch of smoke with Candace. I will say that, head tip. They're like, look, we want all the smoke. I like that. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. I'm not gonna lie. And he's under no obligation. I love it. Love it. Yeah, I just like the fact that he did answer a lot of questions. He totally nuked a lot of the back and forth, the foolishness, which I think is needed. So yeah, shout out for sure. And they did let him talk. They did. All right. So y'all, I appreciate you. Okay. All right. I know I told y'all we were going to play because I got it. I have body cam bingo. And somebody asked for it. I actually have body cam bingo. Is now, oh, there we go. Lady Luck's channel is right there in the chat. Thank you so much, Ben. Ben, you're back in good graces again, man. You're back on the good side again. All right. So I told y'all we would play body cam bingo. All right. Here's the link. It's actually down in the description as well. Here's body cam bingo. So we got candy wrap bingo, and now we got body cam bingo. So I want to test it out and see how it works. I've not played it yet. I made the bingo boards, all that kind of stuff like that. So here's the bingo board. Grab yourself one. Let me see. What's today? Okay. All right. I'm gonna grab this one right here. I think this is gonna be a good one. I think this is a winner. I know this is gonna be a winner. All right. We're just playing games out here today, y'all. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. This is pretty good. Now, what are we doing? We're gonna watch a real quick body cam. Oh no. I don't want look, some of the ICE stuff. I'll be honest with you, some of the ICE stuff is kind of discouraging because I realize we're not just talking about somebody who just wants to get away with speeding or shoplifting. These people want lawlessness. I don't know. I'm not feeling good about that. I'm hoping that those don't start showing up, but they probably will. So what we're gonna do? I got a quick body cam just to run. I want to test, make sure it works. So I got to play it with y'all anyway, make sure it works. Where did my body cam go? Oh, here it is right here. All right. So I got one. It's super like, you got to be kidding me. It's got a high, you got to be kidding me factor to it. And so I think we will get, it'll be enjoyable. So grab yourself a bingo board. Go ahead and put a B emoji in the chat when you got yours ready to go. And this was just so wild. This is what happens when like Karenism goes like boss level Karenism. So put an emoji, put a B emoji in the chat when you got your bingo board ready. And I just thought this was a super, like, why did this woman do this to herself? Because there's no reason for what's going to happen. I hate it for her because I can kind of understand what happened, but you got to go to jail. I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. She's going to jail. All right, y'all ready? Let me make sure this is share this to the Jimmy Jam. Okay, we got some B emojis. Some people ready? Some people are ready. They said they're ready to play this crazy game of, oh, let me show you while I'm doing this. What am I doing? Pulling my bingo board so y'all can see the bingo board. All right, so you can see what I got going on over here real quick while y'all go ahead real quick. Get your bingo board. Let's get ready to have some fun. A B emoji. I'll take the letter B too, I guess. All right, real quick. I got traveling, speed away, family shows up, call my whoever. So I might say, call my mom, call my lawyer, call my baby daddy, whatever. No ID, shoplifting, semantics. This is when you're arguing about traveling versus driving versus moving through time and space. Window break, warning to felony, open air sniff, pepper spray, field sobriety test, oh, free space, drunk, no insurance, fighting cops, sovereign citizen, asking questions. And that could be anything like, I'm just asking questions. And they keep asking the same question over again. Drugs, land yacht, expired plates, spitting, taser, body cam. Is your body cam on? And of course, I need to see a supervisor. That's on my bingo board. Let me tell you, I watched like 20 body cams and I put them in there. There's a lot of stuff on there. There is a lot in there. It's probably 45 words. So everybody's game board should be pretty stacked, pretty stout, as the kids like to say, pretty stout. All right, this one right here is going to be wild. So let me bring this one in. I think you all are going to get a hoot out of this one because it's just like, why did you do this to yourself? This is definitely on the verge. And let me know if you like it. Maybe we'll do another one tonight. Maybe we'll do another one. Okay. Green hearts in the chat. Y'all ready to go? Got my bingo board. You can't find an emoji. That you can use the letter B. It's okay. You can use the letter B. Call the sheriff. Call my lawyer. Maybe we should make you, if you get bingo, maybe we should make you make a full, complete sentence or story using the bingo board words out of it. Now that would be funny. That'd be funny. All right, we're ready to go, Jason. Let's have some fun. All right, shout out to the best live chat on the internet. Green hearts in chat when you can hear.
On November 29th, 2024, Officer Lemke with the Largo, Florida Police Department was dispatched to a Raising Cane's restaurant after receiving a report of a disturbance. Upon arrival, Lemke made contact with the manager, who stated a female suspect had assaulted her when she didn't receive enough Cane's sauce in her order.
Wait, hold on, wait. Did he say, okay, y'all, I've never been to Raising Cane. There's a couple of them around here in Atlanta, but I've never been to it. Is there sauce that good? Like I didn't get enough Raising Cane sauce, so I'm gonna come in and raise Cane? Like, is it that good? That's crazy work. That's crazy work. Is it that good? Maybe I need to go there tomorrow. And the fact that it's called Raising Cane is kind of foreshadowing. Like, you kind of put yourself in this trick bag already. I'm gonna have to go check it out. I'm gonna have to check this out. I don't know. What is the general sauce? Is that their general sauce? I'm gonna have to go check it out. You know what? I'm gonna do something for science. Maybe tomorrow. Let me call Taylor. Hold on one second. I'm gonna do something for science. I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna ask Chief Executive Second Board, what does she think about this thing? Can we go to after church tomorrow? Can we go to Raising Cane? Let's see what she thinks. All right. So here's a question. I've never been to Raising Cane before. Have you ever been there? No. What is it? Do you know what it is? It's knockoff Zaxby's. It's knockoff Zaxby's, really? Is it? You want to go to it? Let's go to it. Come on. We have to do it for science. You don't want to go to Raising Cane? The people want you to go Raising Cane. You don't care about the people? But maybe it's good knockoff Zaxby's. But what if it's good wannabe Zaxby's, though? Or you can just go to Zaxby's. You know, you can go to Chick-fil-A tomorrow or Raising Cane. Pick one. Okay, you go to Chick-fil-A or Zaxby's tomorrow. Oh gosh, I did say that. Bye, baby. Okay, so my daughter said it's knockoff Zaxby. It's not that good. Really? I've never heard anything about it. Well, let me take that back. I've seen it. I just don't think I've ever heard anybody say like, "Oh, I go there all the time." No, I cannot go to Popeyes. I have like a conscientious objection to Popeyes. That's why I told her that. That's why I said that. I was trying to say you can go to Chick-fil-A or Raising Cane tomorrow. And then she's gonna say, that's fine. Then I'll be like, well, Chick-fil-A's closed. All right. Is the sauce that good? Okay, well, anyway, this lady's about to catch it about the sauce. So shout out to the best live chat. Let's go.
Where do you want to come?
Outside?
Yeah, outside's fine. So what exactly happened?
So apparently she was missing 8 cane sauces out of her tailgate order. And I replaced it for her. I let her know, hey, we're so sorry about that. Gave her the 8 sauces. She wasn't happy about it. She wanted more sauces for free. I told her, hey, we can't do that. That's not our standard. That's not our policy.
She called before she came in, right? She was already calling me on the phone. So I picked it up and she was telling me how she was missing sauces very aggressively already. But I didn't know she was already here. So I said, okay, just give me 1 second so I can look back on our tablet. It shows like who came in already to pick up the food. So that's what I was doing. Then I was attending another customer while she was on hold. And so Tati went to go grab the sauces for me since I was busy dealing with another customer. She got it for me and gave it to her. And she was asking for more free sauces. And Tati said that no, ma'am, she cannot do that.
She didn't like it. She kept saying how she wasted her gas driving all the way back up here. Just basically just upset that I wouldn't give her anything for free.
You need all their information here. Her first name, last name, and an email address we need it.
Okay, I've already got her ID. Hi, she's an assistant.
Surprise! Not people like that. As I was taking the platters back to the sink.
Real quick, let me stop real quick. There's something that the officer said right here. And when I watched it initially, I didn't catch it. He said, I already have her ID. Surprise, she's in the system. Let me play it real quick so you can hear it again.
Need all their information here. Her first name, last name, and an email address we need it.
Okay, I've already got her ID. Hi, she's an assistant.
Surprise! Not people like that.
Okay, now the reason I want to play that is later on when you hear her tell her story and even how the officer tries to deal with her family. Surprise, her family's going to be there. He seems to like try to smooth over the fact she's in the system. That means she's done something before. So she's not an angel. She's not somebody that has not had a run-in with the police before. Okay, let's keep going. All right.
As I was taking the platters back to the sink, I was walking out back to the front counter and I saw the customer try to grab my manager, Tati, and her badge dropped and my manager started freaking out over the incident.
Hello, is this Mackenzie Keeling?
Yeah. Who is this?
This is Officer Lemke with Largo Police Department.
Speaking.
I'm doing an information report about some sort of incident that happened at Raising Cane's on East Bay today.
Yeah, I was checking an ID to see if she had a name tag on there.
And so she asked for my name, and by our standards, we're not required to give it to her for security reasons. And I let her know that, and she didn't like it. So after asking me another time, and I was like, hey, like, I'm not going to give you my name, she goes and she grabs my keys, and then she grabs my thigh with it. And she's like trying to look for a name, realizes there's no name on it, and she lets go, turns around, and leaves.
I didn't think today would be one of those days.
I know. No one ever plans for this to happen. Like I said, it's just an information report. I just got to come talk to you, get your side of the story. If you don't mind filling out a witness statement. Is there some place I can meet you so you can fill that out?
Later today, but not at the moment.
Okay. Where can I meet you later today? Or would you like to come down to the police department?
I don't know. This is ridiculous. I literally grabbed a tag to check her name. So I don't know why this is being, targeted against me. I literally did nothing wrong.
Okay. I'm not saying that you did. I'm just saying that I need to speak to you. That's it.
Okay. I guess I can meet you there at maybe 7 p.m.
7 p.m. at the Largo Police Department?
I don't know where that's at.
It's at, I can give you the address if you'd like, unless there's somewhere else you'd like to meet.
I'd prefer to not go there.
Okay, where would you like to go? I can go to Starbucks, wherever you'd like.
That's fine. I just really don't understand why I'm being targeted for asking for someone's name and checking their ID for it.
Because there was a report made to the police department, and I have to talk to each person involved and get their side of the story so I can close the report.
So am I going to get in trouble?
Not necessarily. I just need to get your side of the story so I can get it documented, and then, like I said, I can close everything out. But
I checked someone's ID for their name. That's literally all I did. She refused to give me her name, and I checked her ID for her name.
Okay, I got you, but I have to talk to you in person because we have body cams these days, so everything has to be done in person.
I just feel like if I meet you in person, I'm going to get arrested or something, and I'm not really comfortable with that.
It's not what I said. I just said I'm doing an information report. I need to talk to you.
Well, I did nothing wrong, so I really don't see why I have to come talk to anyone.
Okay, so you're not going to come meet me at 7 p.m. then?
I mean, I can. I just don't really understand why I have to when I did nothing wrong, and I don't even know how you have my phone number and you're calling me from no caller ID.
Yep, we usually block our phone number when we call. That's why I'm offering if you'd like to go to the Largo Police Department, that's more than fine. If you feel safer there, if you'd like to go somewhere else, it's up to you.
I don't feel safe with any police officers, to be 100% honest, but I'll meet you at a Starbucks somewhere at 7 p.m.
And at first she calls about it, and then she walks in. We're like, okay, you're on the phone with us, but you're also already here too.
Yeah. Was she on the phone when she walked inside the restaurant? And are you able to find the phone number as well?
Yes, it's on our mobile tablet.
And then that's when she kept on asking for her name. I guess she thought that our name was on here or something, and she tried to snatch it.
Literally gonna ruin my life because I checked for someone's ID. This is ridiculous.
I just said I just need to get your side of the story.
No, you guys just always seem to target someone who's literally done nothing wrong, so it's fine. I'm just gonna have my life ruined because I asked for someone's name and I checked their ID for it.
Okay.
She refused to service me, so it's fine.
So I'll meet you at 7 p.m. at the Publix, okay? Did you hear them say anything?
It happened kind of fast. I think she mumbled something.
I was like, hi, how can I help you? And she was like, hey, I'm missing 8 cane sauces. I just drove over here. Now I'm having to drive over here again, waiting on my sauces that I didn't get that I paid for.
This is Officer Lemke.
I was just talking to you and I need to change the time because I'm not going to be able to be there at 7.
Okay. What would be a good time for you?
5:45, I guess.
5:45. You
Do I need to tell my mom to be there too? Like a lawyer? What do I need to do here?
It's not necessary, but if you'd like, you can bring whoever you'd like.
Well, I'm going to get arrested. I need to know so I can have my stuff squared away. I don't even know what's going on here.
Well, if you'd like to know, right now, I'd like to get your side of the story, but I have checked camera footage. So it is looking like.
And I grabbed her ID to look at it, to look at her name, because she would not give me her name so that I could talk to her manager. And so I grabbed her ID to get her name. It wasn't on there, so I let it go and I left. And I'm sure that's what it looked like.
I understand, Mackenzie, but you
and I don't feel like there's anything wrong with grabbing someone's ID to check their name for it if they're not willing to give it to me. I wear an ID for work as well, and if someone is asking for my name and I didn't give it and they grab my ID to check it, I would not be having their life ruined for it, which is apparently what my life is going to be.
Well, Mackenzie, you cannot touch or take or attempt to grab any other person's belongings without their consent.
It's an ID on her.
It's still property that does not belong to you.
I was like, I'm so sorry about that, ma'am. So I walk away from her and I go and I grab the 8 cane sauces for her. And that's when she really gets upset because she starts asking me for free sauces. And that's when I tell her no.
And what happened after she tried to grab her in her badge shop?
She just immediately went for the door and went to her car that was right there.
That will ruin my life. Are you kidding me? That is not what that looked like in the video. Are you kidding? I grabbed it to see her name. That's all I did. I'm literally looking for her name because she would not give me her name. And I wanted to be able to identify her.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what did it look like? What did she do?
It just looked like she was like trying to grab it, like, or like trying to get information from her car, because she has her car right here. So she just walked away. She didn't even say anything after that.
You'll probably spend the night in jail, depending. They may give you a bond and you may get out within a couple of hours. You'll get the one phone call.
Yeah, you go to jail, baby.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I need to call my mom right now.
Oh, your
Okay,
mama.
I guess.
Are we doing?
I guess 5:45.
You going to jail? 5:45?
I need to call my mom right now.
You can call your mom.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Do you know what color hair she had? I probably got a picture of her.
Yes.
Pink, blue hair, sweet.
Blue hair is crazy.
Tattoos. Do you know what kind of car that was? Looks like a Chevy, maybe a Traverse. Perfect. Raise your right hand for me. Swear this is true? All right. Perfect. Raise your right hand for me. Swear this is true? Yep. Okay. Based on what you're telling me, I'll take a look at the footage. Obviously, there's a battery if she's grabbing you without your consent. But when she's trying to take property from you with force, it could be a strong arm robbery, which is a felony. So we'll go take a look at the footage and see what we can look at on there. Hello there. Mackenzie, I'm Officer Lemke with Largo Police Department. I spoke with you on the phone. So I want to talk to you about the incident that happened at Raising Cane's today. This is what all our statement forms look like. On the front, it has the Miranda rights, which I'll read to you as well. So by law, you have these rights. These are your Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent.
Anything you say can or will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you read a question. You cannot afford to hire a lawyer. One will be appointed to represent you for any question if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Do you understand each of these? Okay.
Well, yeah, but can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so, we haven't had time. This all happened. We haven't had time to call an attorney. So, at least what we understand in this, Kenzie's first of all a great kid. She's never had a problem, never been vicious. Works way down the road here. And so, I guess all I'm asking is, so should we get an attorney first or before we sign anything?
All right. She's been in the system though. She's in the system. So I don't think we can just go ahead with she's never been in trouble. And let me just go again. I know this is kind of biased. The blue hair, the nose rings, the tattoos above the neckline. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. Okay, let's go.
So it's up to you. It's not going to make a difference of what happens right now. I'm just offering her the opportunity to tell me what happened so that I can include that in the report. If she doesn't want to tell me what happened, she doesn't want to write it down, there's not going to be her side of the story. So if she'd like to speak with an attorney, she absolutely can. It's not going to change the outcome of tonight. But if she doesn't provide me her information, I won't have her story to provide to the state attorney or anything like that.
What is the outcome of tonight?
So you're facing charges right now for what happened at Raising Cane's, but I would like to understand your side of the story and what happened.
I did not know that checking someone's name tag was illegal.
So it's not just checking someone's name tag, but
I grabbed it and checked her name was on it. It wasn't, so I let it go and I left. That's how I saw everything happen. I also wear a badge for work in the same place, and it has our names on it, and I've had patients grab mine to see my name, so I did not realize that grabbing someone's name tag to check for their name after they refused to give me their name was even illegal.
So you cannot touch anyone or attempt to take anyone's property or belongings on their person without someone's consent.
But what if I was checking it, especially on something that it should be like a name tag type thing? Because that's what I associated it with, because I
it's not your property.
A name tag.
I understand, but if it's not your property, you can't touch or grab or do any of those things without someone's consent. It would be different if you said, hey, can I look at your name tag? And the person said yes, and they either offered to you.
It's just unfortunate because it's happened to me, and I've never even thought that that was illegal. And since it's happened to me so many times, I did not think that it was going to affect anyone else in any other way.
Well, I'm sorry that you've gone through things like that. I hope you know that you can let us know if something like that happens.
I just never would. I would never charge someone with checking my name tag. That's unfortunate. That's what I'm going to be charged with when I also manage a business and have a life to uphold. My life's going to be torn apart because I checked someone's name tag when she refused to give me her name when I was asking her for help, and she wasn't helping me. And I manage a business, so when someone asks me for help, I'm there to help them, then I'm going to give you my name regardless of if I want to or not.
I hear you. We are required to give our names when someone asks. Our name and badge
and I would
number.
do the same thing, and I've had people grab my badge to get my name, and that's, I'm never
hear
going to
you.
charge someone and ruin their life because of that.
So unfortunately, private businesses have their own practices and policies, and Raising Cane's has a policy where if someone asks for your name, even if you're employed, they're not required to give them their name.
Well, she could have mentioned that. Instead, it was just no, and I was just being told no. No one explained to me that I can't have her name physically, and how am I supposed to know that walking into every establishment that, like, I'm going to need that plastered on the door if that's going to be something everywhere, because that's just pretty standard to get people's names on a name tag. Like,
well, doesn't it, respectfully, doesn't it seem, it seems like this is excessive. I mean, shouldn't she just get a warning? She's never been in trouble. She's never done
So
it.
I'll tell you what. I can talk to you guys separately and let you know everything that I've seen and that I've investigated. And this officer can stand by with Mackenzie. All right, do you want to fill this out, or would you like to pass on this for now?
We're not really familiar with all this stuff.
That's fine.
I just, we're not trying to be.
No, I'm not saying you are. I understand the
Now,
hesitation.
is that my only opportunity to fill this out?
It is. You're not going to have another opportunity to fill one of those out. You'll have an opportunity to speak to a lawyer, but this is the only opportunity to fill out this form.
Miss Mackenzie, just stand right here by my car. I'll put this away, and then if you change your mind, just let me know.
I don't want anything to be misconstrued.
No, I understand. So,
I've had to do community service in the past.
Okay, Miss Mackenzie, just stand right there in front of my car, please.
Can I pull this out though?
Oh, you want to? Yes?
I mean, if it's my only opportunity to.
Okay.
I feel like I
Do you
have
need to consult with them or anything?
I mean, that would be nice.
Okay.
So here's what's going on today. I've seen the video footage. There was multiple witnesses. It happened within the Raising Cane. So obviously there's a lot of people in there. From everything I've gathered, she did a
Hey,
mobile pickup
Lemke,
order. Yeah.
real quick. She wants to consult with her parents. I think she's changing her mind about doing this. So, do you want to consult with them, or?
I mean, if this is my only opportunity to do this, I'd like to at least do it if I have to.
You don't have
But you don't have to. So that's part of it, is you're not being pressured or coerced in any way.
Correct.
But I feel like I need to fill this out.
It's up to you. If you want to fill it out, I just need you to initial each of those lines and then sign it. So more than likely, because her record's pretty clean, they'll work with her on a plea deal to drop it to a misdemeanor. I can't promise you, but depending on the case, if the witnesses later decide, oh, I don't want to move forward with this, they could drop the charges too. Unfortunately, where I stand is if it was a misdemeanor and it was just a battery, I could use my discretion and just forward the charges. I don't get to use discretion. So the probable cause is there. I have to make the arrest.
You want some more light or anything? Yeah, don't worry about that part. Don't worry about this part. Interview. Don't worry about that part. So again, I have read and waived my rights on the proceeding page, and this is my free and voluntary statement. Again, it's completely up to you.
You guys make it seem like it's something I shouldn't do.
No, it's your option. You can decline if you want. All right, all done, Miss Mackenzie.
All right, Mackenzie. So read the statement, just so I can have an understanding. The reason that you reached for her lanyard
Was to get her name.
To get her name.
100%. The
Okay.
only, because can I show you my badge?
Yeah, that's fine.
This is my badge for work. It has my name. If you open it, it has my first and last name on it.
Okay.
Hers said Raising Cane's. I figured if I looked at the other side, it would have her name.
Okay.
That's what I was hoping for. That's all I wanted out of that, was her name, so that I could deal with that separately. I wanted to get her name and leave so that I could just reach out to a manager. That's literally all I wanted, because when people come to me and have issues at my store, I'm like, who helped you? That's what I want to know. So I just needed a name. That's all I wanted from her. I'm
And
not
so-
trying to hurt her. I wasn't trying to do anything other than get her name. And
I
she
hear you.
refused it, and I did not know that they couldn't give me their names if they didn't want to.
I got you. So just so I understand, you're saying this has happened to you before, so that's kind of why you didn't think it would be a crime.
Yes, this has happened to me all the time. I wear mine right here like this, the same exact place she had hers. People grab this all the time and say, "What's your name?" and grab at it. I have never, ever thought to call you guys.
I don't
because
think
of
that happens.
Never once did I thought this was illegal for someone to grab something that's on me, because I've literally walked by someone and they've grabbed things. I did not think this was illegal by any sort of means.
I hear you. So from speaking with you, it sounds like you're a good person. It sounds like you didn't have any.
She in the system though.
Unfortunately, where we're at is that I
You're
don't
going
have
to jail.
discretion on this.
Can you take my badge?
They can take anything that you need.
Lock my car. I'm getting
You're going to jail.
So everything that you told me, I'm going to include in the report, your reasoning for it. So when you get down to the jail, they'll go ahead and tell you what your bond will be. Unfortunately, us on patrol, we have no idea because that's through the sheriff's office.
So where do my parents go?
So you'll be transported down to the Pinellas County Jail. So a transport van will come over here and take you to the jail. You want to search her?
Yeah, right now.
Yes. So we'll put in the request, and then they'll come pick her up and take her to the jail. And then she'll get her phone call, and they'll let you know what your bond will be.
And then how do I call the? How do I? She'll get the phone call.
Yeah, so they'll give you a phone call. So she can take her phone. They'll even have a charger down there. She can access all her contacts, everything.
Well, we'll take that out there. All right, we'll take it out. So what does she do? Call me as soon as?
Yep, she can give you a call as soon as they give her.
I love you.
As soon as they give her the opportunity to give her a call, she can take her phone with her, so she has all her contacts. I hope that if she does experience similar things like this at work, that she feels comfortable enough to call law enforcement. When I spoke to her on the phone, it didn't seem that she really liked law enforcement, so maybe that's why she's hesitant to call us. I'm sure this won't be the greatest experience for her with law enforcement.
Can I lean up against the car a little bit? Widen your stance behind this leg to me a little bit. Okay, do you have anything on you that's going to poke me, stick me, otherwise hurt me? Do you want the wallet to go with you? Or his mom? I don't know. You ever been arrested before? This is a quick arrested.
I think she got 8 batted for something similar or something like that.
Because I pushed the juice off the counter. For doing things that I don't know are illegal all the time.
Not trying to be funny and not trying to stereotype, but she has weed flowers on her hoodie. The eyes of the smiley face are the devil's lettuce. But also, she has an aggravated battery charge. So she must understand that doing something to somebody that they have not given you permission to do is going to get you in trouble. She should not be surprised. So I disagree with the police officer saying that, she's a good person, blah, blah, blah. Sure, she might be good in the fact that she is not, she don't got like a gun charge. Okay, maybe that's good. Or she hasn't run over somebody. Sure, that's spectacular. But it's not that she doesn't know better. She knows better. She knows better. And she's giving that this little crying thing works very well. It's giving that works successful in her life. And the bad thing is, I don't think it's really that big a deal. I'll be honest with you, 1,000%. I really don't think it's that big a deal. The problem is she brought this upon herself by coming in there. I know she came in there hot. That we know. We know she came in there hot. Whether or not she grabbed the girl's thigh and slammed the badge, that's not really the issue. The problem is she came in there hot. And because she came in there hot, they got it on film, they got it on tape. They can go ahead and tell that story of what they saw. And since it rhymes with what came on the tape, that's why she's going to jail. Leave people alone. I don't know. I'm going to go to Raising Cane tomorrow, even if I got to go by myself. I'm going to Raising Cane tomorrow, and this sauce better be legit. I better go to jail because I'm fighting for people about this sauce. That's better happen. No, it better not. My bad. That don't work.
For doing things that I don't know are illegal all the time. This is gonna suck so much.
You'll be in there for a couple hours, and then you'll get a bond, and then your parents will come get you. And then you'll have to deal with it through the court side.
You make it sound a lot better than what I feel like this is gonna be like.
Hey, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's crazy.
Great, like you said, but it's.
Is this what grabbing someone's name tag is worth? I guess.
Well, you just maybe keep your hands to yourself and deal with it on the corporate side. Would have been better, but
Or just people do it to me all the time. So
it doesn't make it right.
No, it just doesn't seem like something to arrest someone. We get the other.
Where do you work at, Mackenzie?
That's my mom.
Where?
I manage a dispensary.
A dispenser? Oh, a dispenser.
Yeah, maybe not for long.
She's good. Mackenzie, just take a seat real quick here.
And she works at a dispensary.
We apologize if she was rude to you or whatever. But it's okay.
And she works at a dispensary. I'm not saying that people at dispensaries are all bad people, but she couched it like, oh, I have patients, and my patients are always looking at my badge. Like, who's always looking at your badge at the dispensary? Is that something that's really happening? Is that really happening? Let me look at my bingo board real quick. Hold on real quick. All right, what we got here, Jason? All right, I got to call my blank. We know she got ID. Well, we know she got ID. I'm calling it shoplifting. I'm calling it. I think we got semantics because she keeps saying that she was just looking at IDs. Oh, we got drugs now. Because she works at a dispensary. She's just asking questions. Nobody said the body camera was on. Sorry. She did want to see the supervisor. She did say that. Let me see. Anything else? I don't see anything else. All right. This one's going to be harder to cheat on. I ain't going to lie. This is going to be a little bit more difficult. It's going to be a little bit more hard for your boy to get bingo. Wait, let's see. Canes, where I go to, don't charge me extra for sauce. Probably because you go there so often. I don't know. What state is this? I don't remember. It's in Largo. Isn't that Florida? I think in the beginning. Maybe I'll back it up. I'm almost certain it was Florida. Yeah, it's Florida. Okay. Because you be up in I'm going to Kane tomorrow. It better be good. I'm going to tell you that right now. Whole family showed up. You can have family showed up. Absolutely. There's some funny ones on there. I know. Right. Like that would just get that. Yeah, well, you got caught. We know about you, Juju. We know about you. We know you be up at the Raising Cane's. What my daughter say, the knockoff Zaxby's. Okay, let's go.
It's okay. I don't hold anything personal, nothing like that.
What is happening?
Well, I'm sorry that you guys are going through all this. I really am. She seems like a really good person. You guys seem like really good people.
Yeah, sauces.
Like all this for sauces?
What?
The sauces is crazy.
You go to Chick-fil-A, they give you all the sauces you want.
Right. There you go. Should have went to Chick-fil-A.
Mackenzie, the transport van's coming. Just give us 2 seconds. They're right over there. He's going to give you some instructions. He's going to put your handcuffs from the back to the front. Going to make it a little bit, more comfortable on your shoulders. So just listen to the instructions. They're going to put you in a compartment on your own. And if he has any other calls, he may or may not have somebody else in there with you.
All right, Mackenzie, you all good now? Step forward over here.
And right there. Search, right?
Yeah. How does people do a search?
Yeah.
Huh? Press it.
Is that really what I'm being charged with?
It is.
Yes.
I literally thought it was her name tag. How is that robbery? Like,
Robbery is crazy.
I just don't even understand.
The suspect, identified as 31-year-old Mackenzie Keeling, was transported to the Pinellas County Jail. Mackenzie was charged with felony robbery.
Dang!
The next day, Mackenzie stood before the court, where her bond was set at $2,500, which she posted and was released. In May of 2024, Mackenzie appeared in court and entered a plea agreement with the state. The robbery charge was reduced to a misdemeanor battery, and Mackenzie was allowed to enter the county's pretrial intervention program for a period of no more than 6 months.
That is crazy work. Wow. I didn't get to the end of it when I watched it initially. So I'm actually watching that for the first time. That is crazy work. Real quick, shout out to the best live chat on the internet. People wonder, what are we doing? We're playing we're playing body cam bingo. All right, I'm cooking now. Now your boy is cooking. All right. It's getting a little late. Do y'all want one more in the chat? Just put the number 1 if you want to go. One more is perfectly fine if not. Juju B is on her way to Raising Cane. Just don't get arrested. Just don't get arrested for it. Don't get arrested for it. Yeah, Florida does not play games. Florida is where sovereign citizen ideology goes to die. That's where it goes. Okay. I see a couple of ones. I see some more. All right, there we go. Now the ones are fun. All right. All right, so let's do this. I got one because I want everybody to get bingo. Okay, I know I've seen this one before, and I know this one's got a lot of the shenanigans in there. I think the only thing we don't got is like a police dog and taser or pepper spray. I think tasing does show up in this one. So this one hopefully will get at least some people bingo until we figure it out. We gotta get you some bingo up in here. All right, so with no further ado, let's pull this in. We got it. Let's go.
On December 8th, 2025, an officer observed a vehicle traveling on a highway displaying what appeared to be fictitious registration plates, including an exempt plate in the rear window, with no valid registration visible. The driver was believed to have a suspended driver's license, an active warrant, and was known to identify himself as a sovereign citizen. The officer conducted a traffic stop.
Can you roll your window down? Thank you.
I got three words literally in the opening. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. I got bingo. Oh my gosh, I already know. Oh, we about to get some windows broken. I'm telling you right now, expired plates. Okay, I think I have expired plates and fictitious plates. But if you have expired plates, you can use that for fictitious plates in the time for the time being. All right. Oh man, this is gonna be some good church right here. This is gonna be some good church right here. Let's go.
So much. So the reason I pulled you over is your plates. I'm not able to get them to come back or anything. May I take it so I can see it? Is that okay?
Yeah, you're gonna want to call the sheriff.
Okay. Can I see the paper you were trying to let me see? Is that okay?
Anything about me or anything about this car or anything about what's going on?
I don't know. What's with the car? Okay. What's going on with the car?
Okay. I'm not on my way to get breakfast in 5 minutes. I'll give this to you. And you can check it out.
Okay.
But then you can do what you want.
Okay.
I'm not getting out of this car.
Okay.
And you can throw any paperwork you want, but then
I didn't ask you to get out of the car though, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying. You know what?
I'm sorry, I haven't met you before, so I don't know what you're.
I've been dealing with it for 5 years.
Okay.
I have every piece of paper known to man.
Okay.
That shows that nobody has jurisdiction over me.
Okay.
So here.
Am I able to see that? Thank you so much.
That's what I'm a credit. You and the village of Fox Lake and your police department.
Okay.
$30 million. So,
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's what's going on. I'm so tired of this.
Right.
I know my rights. I know exactly what I've done for 3 years. Now that number that you see, is back here. Let me give you that too, because here you go.
Is your name Leon? I just want to make sure I've got the right. It's the Hyla. Okay. Okay.
This is what that number means. You see this number? That's now you know
what number?
You said that number this number that you're talking about is this man that I gave on this date.
Okay.
I told him my jurisdiction.
This person?
No.
Sorry.
This is the tracking number.
Oh, I gotcha.
That's the tracking number.
Okay.
So now that you asked me,
okay.
This is what you're dealing with.
I don't know those people. I'm sorry.
Here you go. And that's
Thank
what
you.
Number means.
Thank you.
Told it was their duty and obligation to tell everybody who I was, and they haven't. They threw me in jail for 18 days. Okay. I'm not happy.
And 18 days in Lake County?
No, in Kenosha.
In Kenosha.
$30 million lane too. You want to see them all? I'm sorry. I never wanted this interaction. These are all the $30 million liens I have. Okay.
That's a lot.
Well, and you know what? You know what?
Do you live in Colorado?
You can't get liens like that on bogus stuff.
Okay. Do you live in Colorado? Because I see it all says Colorado.
I got to get going, so please go check it out. Let me get out of here. Or arrest me. Do what you got to do.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to arrest you.
Do you have any type of identification or a
you,
name or anything?
Let's go find out who I am.
Okay.
You know what? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you. You've been very cordial so far.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Here's the laws are up in here right now.
Okay.
Everybody knows about it, including the governor on Friday.
Okay.
So these are the laws. You can just look at them. Or you want to take a picture?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I can look up the laws. That's not an issue. Okay. Do you have insurance on the car at all or no? Like car insurance? Sorry. That's what I meant.
You know what? And now that you asked me, I'm also indemnified. This is
Okay.
beyond, this is beyond insurance companies, okay?
Okay.
There,
May I have
Beyond
that?
insurance.
Yes, that's my American State National Credential. Okay. Now you might want to read this part. It says, "Do not detain and do not interrogate."
Okay. Thank you so much.
An injured party.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to calm down.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Here's this. I'm gonna.
This is what I went through in 24. Okay.
Okay.
Nicholas. And he's
With Nicholas?
Whatever his last.
Oh, I see. Alopajanis. We have a few Nicholases. That's why. You can have that back. Okay.
So this is, I've already been through it. Everybody's in the flood.
Okay.
Sometimes everybody. I'm talking 100%. Everybody I've interacted with about this stuff. Okay?
I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
I hope so.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay.
Well, you know what? I'm going to call the sheriff here in a minute. So.
Okay. Can you just give me 1 second and I'll come back and talk to you?
You know what? I'm calling them.
Okay.
That's my rights.
Okay. Totally understandable. If you're what?
I'll call the sheriff to take care of you people, okay?
Okay. Can you just give me 1 second? Is that okay? Can you just hang on for 1 second for me? Thank you so much.
The officer requested a sergeant and additional units in anticipation of possible resistance.
Will you not roll the window down at all? Will you not roll the window down at all?
He did on that side.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Gang. I need you to turn your car off and step out. Why not?
Did you call the sheriff?
I need you to step out. I'm giving you a lawful order to step out of the car.
You have an injured party?
Pennsylvania versus Mims, get out of the car now or I'm going to take you out.
Get out of the car. Hey, Leon. Leon. Leon, do not put your car in drive. Get out of the car.
You're under arrest. Okay. Step out of the car. I'll let you make as many calls at our police department. Step out of the car. You're under arrest.
I don't know who you are. I want 3
Are you
pieces
able
of
to mark it there?
identification from you. Do you have 3 pieces of identification?
I'm going to break your window, okay, sir? I don't want to do that. I need you to step out of the car.
2 pieces of
We'll
identification.
call the sheriff at the station.
I need the sheriff here. Then I'll talk.
We'll call him at the station, but you need to get out. We can't do that out here.
Oh, is this the sheriff's office? I need the sheriff right now.
You know.
I need the sheriff right now. I want to.
Sir, step out. Okay, step out of the vehicle. You don't have to say anything.
I need the sheriff right now.
When the gloves go on, the glass goes everywhere. This is so bad. Like, why would you want to do this? Though? Like, why are you putting yourself through this? Yeah, he's calling the sheriff. There's some hierarchical thought process in the sovereign citizen's mind. I don't know why. Like, right? The sheriff don't care. Anyway, let's go.
Leon, you're under arrest.
You're going to jail, my brother.
I want to make this as quick as possible for you.
You're going to
Out
jail.
of the car.
You're going to jail.
Or I'm going to break your window. You do not want me to break your window. I want you to step out of the car. If you, listen, I'm giving you multiple.
4 Fox Lake police officers here.
Leon.
I don't know who they are. I need a sheriff.
You just said it.
State Park Road and State Park Road and Wells Road.
Leon, I'm going to break your window.
Because they're ready to break the window. They all have guns. My life is threatened. I demand a sheriff. Right now.
Leon,
My life is threatened.
unlock the door.
Guns. Right now. I'm over on
I got
State
it.
Park Road, just off of
Leon, come on, man.
I can take this
I'm
down
on State Park Road, just off the
because it's down some.
State Park
You
and
can just
12.
pull it down?
The squad cars
Go
here.
for it.
Okay, they're wrecking my car. They're wrecking my
Jesus.
car.
You got it.
Okay.
Go.
They're wrecking my car.
No, stop.
Leon, open the
Just
door.
open the door, brother.
You're under arrest. Just deal with it. Act like an adult.
Come on.
They're actually breaking my
Did this?
car.
Hey, did this happen last time, Leon? Come on.
The cops. The police. Fox Lake police.
Hey!
Get out of here. Get out of here.
He's got his foot on the gas. Get your arm out.
Get out of the car. Thank you.
Get the police here, sheriff, now. They just assaulted me. Just assaulted me.
Stop unlocking.
I'm glad this is all. Are your cameras on? Oh, great.
Hey. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. Stop reaching around.
Oh, yeah, you guys just looking for a reason to shoot me, I'm sure.
No, we're not. We're trying to take you into custody. We told you multiple times you're under arrest.
I need either a council of law here, an actual council of law,
I think
or
you
a
should turn the
sheriff.
car off so the electronic isn't working. Don't knee my hand.
You're in my vehicle. You're in my property.
Rightfully so.
No, you're not. You're not rightfully. I need a sheriff. The cops are. I'm not resisting.
Yeah, you are.
100%. Am I under arrest?
Yes. I told you. Step out of the car.
Okay.
Hands on your back. Don't tense them up. Come on. Who's got cuffs? Don't grab my hand. Don't grab my hand.
I need to spit.
Well, you say you need to spit. Wait, and we'll let you spit on the ground. Spit on your car. Don't spit on us. Otherwise, we're putting a.
Spit on you. I just need to spit.
Okay. Well, let go of my thumb, please.
You know
Leon, thank you.
Okay, I hope we guys. All right.
Yes, it's all being recorded.
The yellow button is the devil.
So you denied me a sheriff? You denied American State National a sheriff?
Stop. Do you have anything on you that's going to poke me, stick me, or hurt me, Leon?
You know what? No, I don't. And all that paperwork goes with me. Every bit of it. That's everything I have to say right there. So all that, I'm going to grab all that stuff and I'm taking it with me.
We'll grab it for you.
I'm going to tell you which ones to grab, or I'll make sure.
Well,
you know
grab
what? What are you doing? That's my money.
Searching you.
You got my paperwork. You're the fault. Come to think of it, I just recognized your name.
Right here, okay?
Well, this is going to happen again, but now it's 30 million. Sorry. Hey, wait a minute. I got to get that paperwork. I have to get that paperwork.
We'll grab it.
I need the. All right, the big folder and the small folder on the seat.
Okay.
Before I get in, can I see it?
No.
Because we're gonna catalog every piece that's in there that I tried to offer you.
We're going to photograph everything.
Oh, good. That's great. I'm glad. All my paperwork?
Watch your leg.
Everything that's in the car.
Leon.
I need that
your leg.
paperwork now. That's my. That's my.
Watch your face.
Then there's a smaller folder on the seat, please.
Okay. So we got your phone.
Do you want your passport also? I grabbed the ID that you had with your paperwork, but do you want your passport as well? It's in there?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I'm going to put it in the big black binder. It's with your phone, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
The man was charged with driving with a suspended license, operating an uninsured motor vehicle, resisting arrest, obstruction, 2 counts of aggravated battery to a police officer, and possession of fictitious plates.
Okay, y'all, that was amazing. Shout out for sure. That was a lot of fun. Okay, let me show y'all my bingo board, y'all. I'm killing it over here. I didn't think I was gonna make it. I didn't think I was gonna do it. All right, so I got bingo going left to right, from right to left. I got bingo. I need open air sniff, and I need a taser. Come on, y'all. We gotta do it. Come on. We stacking the deck, y'all. What y'all thinking? How'd y'all like it? Tell me what your thoughts were. What do y'all think about body cam bingo? Is body cam bingo a thing? Can we add it to our Friday, Saturday night shenanigans? What? What does it say? Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Y'all like it. Okay. Let me see. Let me see real quick. Shout out to Future. I appreciate you, Future. Oh. Okay, this one looks hilarious. This one looks hilarious from the word go. I haven't even seen it yet. All right. Okay. My intent, let me tell y'all real quick. My intent was not to be doing videos all night, but one just popped up on my screen. Shout out to YouTube. They said, "Oh, we're gonna make you stay here all night, Jason." Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna watch this one that Future just did. Shout out to Future. I appreciate you. I got another one after this one. Oh my gosh, yeah, we're not gonna be here all night. Yes, we are. We are gonna be here all night, Jason. Just tell the truth. All right, so real quick, this one is Uber driver picks up cop during a foot chase. What in the world? These things are so funny to me. Oh my gosh. Yo, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate it. No question, no comment. Just pure love of the game. Oh, this looks terrible. This looks terrible already. Okay, let's pull this in. Is it gonna be a dog on this one though? We need a dog. A lot of people are saying they need canine. Because I do have one with a canine, but we might be here all night for sure. All right, this is craziness. Okay, let's go. Green Hearts in the chat.
Go.
We riding dirty with the door open.
What's going on, man? My name's Victoria. Get driver's license on you.
Not on. My name is Marquis.
What's up?
Marquis. MARQUIS.
Okay. Any reason you don't have the license on you?
I just down the street from the house. He's nervous as hell, bro.
All right, no, I got you. You got an ID on you, bro? You're just not wearing a seatbelt.
Oh, you talking about seatbelt?
Yeah, you're just not wearing it. You got your ID on you real quick. You're the owner of the car, right? Yes. You got the registration? Just get your name off that. No problem. When was the last time y'all smoked in here?
You smoked nearby. Yeah.
That's all right. I could just smell it in the area. All right, I'll be right back, okay?
License not valid.
What's up, bro? How you doing? Driver's suspended. He's nervous. Car just smells like weed. So the passenger's been talking for the driver, though. So
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out if the driver knew or not.
I'll hang it up here with them so I can see what's going on.
If I have anything to do with this, I'm not the driver.
You're in the car.
Yes, sir.
Just keep your hands where I can see them. Now.
I don't know why I don't know what's going on, man.
Can you ask him the reason I'm getting pulled over? I'm just here to back him up. I have no idea. This isn't my traffic stop.
I'm trying to figure out why I got a flashlight in my face, though, you know?
I don't know you.
Sir,
It's not in your face.
I'm sorry, sir.
No, my flashlight isn't in your face. I'm just watching hands. Hands kill people, man. I'm not saying you do, but
I just keep it outside.
No, you're good. You can keep your hands inside.
I don't want no issues. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not like that, man. I'm just cautious with everyone. That's all.
Hey, Marquise, can you just hop out of the car for me? Come talk to me back here. Just sit back here. Do you have anything on you you're not supposed to have? Yes, sir. All right. Do you mind putting your hands up on the bumper here?
What are you going to do then?
Man, I'm just here to back him up. You should. You can sit back. You're good.
Hey, you know your license is suspended for a ticket you didn't pay? I think it's a red light ticket. You sure you didn't know that? Because why else would you not have your license?
I just got out of jail for something else.
All right.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
I'm not trying to grab your junk. I'm just looking right here. Is there any weed left in there?
No, sir. You can sorry.
Who's the girl in the back?
TJ.
She have a license, you know?
Oh.
Because if you just hang out right here, I'll talk to her. But if she's
she got a license? What she need a license for?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have one.
Those two have nothing. You can stay.
Hey, Michael, you want to hop out of the car for me real quick? So he doesn't have a. Stay over there, boss, please.
Yeah, stay back
Thank
there
you.
right in front of the car.
He's suspended. The car smells like weed. I'm just going to do a search and make sure it's nothing.
We have weed right here, sir. Open air.
No problem. It's still illegal. I'm just going to make sure there's nothing else. No problem.
Right, bro. Open air.
Just leave it right there. You don't
going to go through my bag?
Yeah, just leave it there. Leave it there.
Marquise, get back! Marquise, get back! Tango 3, don't fight anyone running.
All right.
So go get him, bro. Go get him.
I'm going to go speed away. I'm taking speed away on that one.
Run, bro! You got a black male running eastbound over to the road. Stop fighting. Bro. Bro, it's a zip of weed, bro. It's a zip of weed only. Marquise, run! Keep running. Tango 3, you need a channel, please. I'm fighting with a guy actively. Bro, it's a zip of weed, bro. Eastbound. It's a zip of weed after a black male. It's a zip of weed, black. Stop! I'll shoot!
That is
Put your hands behind your
hilarious.
back right now. I don't know. It's not that behind your back. It's not that serious, bro. Hey, HB3, you good?
Go. That is crazy. No. Did he shoot him? Did he tase him out the window?
Stop. Get down. Get down.
Pop.
Get down.
Pop. He's still on the phone.
It's my bag. It's my bag.
SU5 1012. Give me a unit down here.
Well, no, that's a zip of weed, bro. Put your hands behind your back. I'm sorry, bro. Hands behind your back. No, bro, look, bro. Hands behind your back. Tango 3, I'm taking one into custody.
Just east of the traffic stop. Taser deployed.
What do you have on you? Nothing, bro. Nothing. We just got out of the biggest shit in the bag, bro.
Put the phone down. Lay down on your stomach.
Can you please say
Lay down on your stomach.
Mom, check me, bro. I don't know talking, bro. Stand up. Risk down, bro. My wrist, bro. My wrist, bro. This way. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I can't do it for you, bro.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Uber driver.
Put his info. The car gets it.
Why?
All right.
Hey, we're going to the custody. I need to channel right now. Put your hands behind your back. Mom getting bled. What's up with these clowns? Do you have anything on you? Check. Stay right there by my phone.
He gonna run.
Hey, check that bag. He threw the bag at the passenger as he was running. I don't know if he dumped anything on the road.
We got weed on us, Mom. There's weed on us.
Yeah, I'm tired. He tossed that bag to him.
Hard.
Toss that bag where?
The other guy tossed him the bag, and he ran with it. Who are these guys?
You're in the car with them. What?
I don't know.
Okay. You want to go to jail too for whatever they got? Because you're the only one being cooperative. But if you're in the car with a bunch of shit that's in that bag, I'm going to take you to jail too.
In the bag.
I understand that. But if you don't tell me what's going on right now, you're going to be the guy.
Listen, let me talk now. I'll let you talk. How can
Sure.
I tell you
Yeah, absolutely.
what's going on? I don't know what's going on.
Do you have an idea?
Riding my person in the
I will
car.
grab it. Just wait.
Yeah, that's my weed card. I'm getting down, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Get my weed card.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool.
Sit up on your butt. You're gonna stand up, okay? Where's your car at?
They just took me out of my car.
Way back there.
I asked them, what am I getting arrested for? I'm like, what am I getting pulled over for? They didn't even tell me.
It's not your car.
Oh, I got it.
This is crazy, y'all.
Did he have something under the shirt?
No, there's a probe that hit him.
Felt like it hit something underneath the shirt. Like he was wearing a thicker shirt underneath there, I guess.
The police shot him with a taser while he was driving, hanging out the side of a minivan Uber. Like, let that settle in. This was the most gangster stuff I've seen all day.
It's not.
Put it up. Yeah. So yeah, secure those. Grabs on
What's that? All right, miss. But look, you understand how this looks?
I do.
Okay.
I'm seeing.
Do you have anything in here? You got a scale. Is that all you got? Okay. It's not yours, but this is your bag. No problem. Just hang tight. Look, you understand you lost, right? You're done.
What you mean we done?
Like, you lost. Like, there's no more running, no more
I
fighting.
swear to God, bro. We just
Okay, face
paranoid,
that
bro.
way.
We don't know what's going on.
Okay.
We just literally got out, bro. We're not trying to deal with this no more over this petty shit, bro. That's it, bro.
Just
talk to me,
relax.
bro. I'm scared.
Just don't move.
Can you,
Let me wait for them to come back, and then we'll figure it out.
we not, bro.
Why is he even talking to him right now?
The taser! Taser! The taser! The taser! Taser! Can I talk to my baby mama?
Not my baby mama.
That's your baby mama? She says she don't know you, bro. Just wait, dude. I'm not saying you're a bad human, but listen, you fought with me. You tried running from me, so you're going to wait for me now. No one's going to hurt you. Just relax.
So what's up?
tired. Sorry.
Oh, you all right?
I'm tired. Oh no, just my lungs. Dude, I was like, should I go get him or should I help him?
No, I had him. I had the guy, dude. Yeah. Who's this? Your mom? His mom. Can we help you, miss?
Oh, family.
Okay, listen. Listen, just real quick. I will speak with you, but there's a lot that just happened.
Oh, I was on the phone.
Okay.
I know, and I was trying to figure out why. Listen, can I say something?
Sure.
I'm not here to argue.
I'm not
with
saying you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all are doing your job. My boys, no lie to you, look them up. They just went through. They are terrified of the fucking police right now.
I understand.
That just happened.
And I will speak with you. Just let me get some intel first.
Does she have to wait with you? Can she get in the car?
Yes. They're all detained. Just give me 10 minutes. I will speak with you. Stay in the car.
I'm not arguing with you.
Okay.
The mother is referring to another previous incident where the two brothers were charged with sale, manufacturing, or delivery of marijuana that resulted in them being on probation. The question officers have now is whether they simply are in possession of marijuana, driving under its influence, or if they're intending to sell it again.
Was there anything in there?
Just a bunch of weed.
Can Andy check like the median? He threw the bag at the driver. Driver ran in the median and then cut across. That's where he went first with the bag. Good shit, bro.
Oh man,
Car over there.
haven't done that in like 15 years, dude.
Hey man, so what was your name? Keanu. All right, Keanu. So right now I stopped Marquise because he's the owner of the car. He was showing suspended. Car smells like weed. When I went to go search the car, Michael threw the bag at Marquise and Marquise ran. So both guys are looking at obstruction. There's 100 and something grams of weed in the bag that he threw. So we're just looking at weed and running for right now.
He's not dealing.
I'm not saying they're dealing, but they're just holding it.
Yeah.
But I'm not, what's the female's name?
I'm Santisha.
I'm not looking at any charges for her right now, so if in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna let her go. So Marquise, I'm gonna read you your rights, okay?
You also tell me what I was getting pulled over for in the first place?
Because the registered owner, which is you, is showing suspended, that's why. You have the right to remain silent. You understand all of your rights? Having your rights in mind, would you like to answer my questions? All right, so you're being charged with driving with a suspended license, resisting, and felony marijuana. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand all of your rights?
Yes, sir.
Having your rights in mind, would you like to speak with me?
What would it do for me?
Nothing. I mean, I want to ask you some questions about what's going on.
Yes, sir.
So having your rights in mind, would you like to speak with me?
I'm saying, can it get me to walk away? Like,
no.
Or like, could it lighten my sentence?
I don't sentence people, so I don't know.
Could you not put me on, like, bro, I did not know that, bro. If I would have known, I would have laid my eyes down, bro, and let you slam it. I swear to God, bro.
Having your rights in mind, I'll tell you what you're charged with, but I'm trying to ask you questions.
Could you let me know?
So what's going on here today? Why are we here?
He literally just pumped his tire up, went on about his business, and then this happened. We ran into this.
So immediately before you guys are filling up a tire?
Filling up tires.
So when I get you out of the car,
yes, sir,
to search you, what happened there? Why'd you throw
that part? I didn't want my brother in trouble. He literally just got out last week. If you look our name up, we literally just got out of trouble last week, bro.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Throwing him a bag that has weed in it and telling him to run from the police, you think it's going to get him in less trouble than if I just found it on my own?
Listen,
hang on, it's a yes or no.
We're dumb, bro. It's just dumb decisions out of terror, bro. We're scared, bro. You heard it in his voice.
Okay, I understand you're scared. I mean, but law-abiding people aren't scared.
Can we get like at least without for? We didn't try to do nothing, bro. No felony. Like, please, bro. Like, it's all.
Well, the weed's a felony, so like it's 115 grams of weed.
115?
Yes.
How is it 115?
Because I just weighed it.
You put it with the bag.
Correct.
Yes, sir. It's not supposed to be with the bag.
It can't be over 20. So I bet you the bag is not 80 grams. During this interaction, the both of you had possession of it, so the both of you are getting charged for it.
Oh, come on, bro. Please, I can't get charged with that. I'm gonna go, bro. I'm on probation, bro. I'm done. Can you, bro? If you care, bro, please, bro.
Stay in the car.
I'll screw that. Please, bro. Please, if you can do, like, just give me the without, please.
Without what? Because what you're looking at right now is resisting an officer.
Can I get the resisting only, bro? Please, bro.
Resisting, felony weed, and you're tampering with evidence because you're throwing weed away from me.
I'm sorry. I did not want my brother to go back to jail, bro. I don't want my brother to go to jail. That's the only reason I did the dumb shit I did, sir.
Well, you made it worse.
I understand that, but I did not know this. If you could lighten that, sir, I'm going to be.
I cannot lighten.
I'm going to be in jail for 5 years over this.
Well, I'm sorry.
Over this?
I didn't make that decision.
Look at the baby, sir.
Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Please get a hug. I'm not even going to feel her in a minute. Please. I'm sorry. I'm not doing nothing else, bro. This is all I asked for, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please.
She want to say goodbye to him?
Please. Yeah, she does. Please, I got to kiss or something, bro. I'm about to go to jail.
Say goodbye. Come here.
please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please.
What? Bro, say goodbye to him.
Bro, this is, bro. Look, you know this up, bro. You know this up, bro. Kiss me, bro. Kiss me. Bro, kiss me, bro. Kiss me up, bro. What the
kiss me
bro,
up?
that's not fair, bro. So we would have let you, what would have happened?
I probably would have just.
For next time, like, we don't know what's going on,
If
bro.
nothing happened, I probably just would have arrested you for just weed, and that's it. All right, thank you.
Sorry, though,
Get out of here.
bro. I'm sorry, bro.
A Facebook post from the sheriff's office about this incident says, what started as a traffic stop turned intense foot chase, got a serious power-up when the most legendary rideshare driver in history rolled up and told the deputy, "Let's go," complete with Mario Kart in the backseat because apparently this driver stays ready for any kind of race. Mamma mia, what a save. Thanks again for the lift. Marquise was charged with felony possession of a controlled substance and resisting obstructing without violence. His brother, Michael, was charged with 2 felony counts of probation violation, felony tampering with evidence, felony possession of a controlled substance, and resisting obstructing without violence. They are innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Dangerous people don't always come out swinging. Sometimes they come out acting over-compliant with a soft voice like everything's fine until the second they think that you're not watching. It was actually in the passenger's eyes, their look that said whatever's in this car matters more than what happens next. That's a feeling that most cops know far too well. Now, the second the driver stepped away with the officer, the passenger isn't deciding whether to run. He already decided before the tires even stopped rolling. The line between routine and foot pursuit is awareness, and these officers were extremely on point because training always teaches you to watch hands, but experience teaches you to watch intent. Now, the best part about this video was the driver because he chose courage over comfort and actually helped catch one of these guys. That's what I call a community showing up to help police keep the community safe. To me, that's what policing at its best looks like: prepared officers, trained instincts, and citizens who refuse to just stand by.
All right, shout out. Okay, that was crazy, y'all. Okay, I did not intend to get like I got bingo on multiple fronts right up in the air. Let me show you this real quick. Shout out. Wow, that was crazy. All right, I don't have land yacht. I don't have anybody that's drunk. No field sobriety test, and I don't have a pepper spray. I cannot believe this, man. Look, I'm embarrassed at myself. Well, what do you mean, Jason? Why are you saying that? Because I'm going to pull up one more. It's a short one that I think will at least get me pepper spray because I at least want to get 4-way bingo. I mean, 6 bingos. Well, crazy, right? All right, let's pull this in. This is a short one, but it should be fun. Let's go. All right. As always, make sure the volume's hot. All right, let's go.
Have you ever wondered if you could really get pepper sprayed just for refusing to show your ID? This woman was stopped for speeding, but kept yelling about federal courts and how she was a free woman. She thought her legal jargon was bulletproof. The officer gave her one final chance. The choice was simple: compliance or force. She risked the escalating confrontation, but she physically refused every command to exit. Therefore, the officer used the shortest path to detention: pepper spray. All that yelling about treason was replaced by screaming, "I can't breathe." The result of her legal theory: she went from a simple speeding ticket to a criminal arrest, a police tow, and blinding pain. Subscribe to Short Law. Have you ever wondered if you could really get pepper spray just for refusing to show your ID?
All right, I got pepper spray, y'all. This is craziness. All right, you guys have wondered, like, what in the world's wrong with Jason? Somebody wanted body cam bingo, and we give the people what they asked for over here at the J-Wit podcast. So anyway, now we got body cam bingo. What do y'all think about it? It's pretty good. Your thoughts overall? What's your overall consensus of the game? Pepper spray, I can't see. So we got a window break, we got pepper spray, we got taser. All we need to do is get a dog in there. I was trying to find one too, by the way. Actually, hold on. Actually, I do have a dog one. It's longer though. It's a longer one. Doggone it. See a doggone it. See what I did there? All right. See, somebody said, yeah, we got to give everybody what they're looking for. We give the people what they're looking for here. Hold on, let me pull it up because I saw this one earlier today. It does have a dog in it. I know that for a fact. Okay, yeah, this one. All right, this one's good. And it's got that same guy that you guys like, Midwest Safety. All right, let's pull this one in. These people are if you need shoplifting, this guy is actually shoplifting. Shout out to that. we just having a good time tonight. Play it, doggone it. Okay, yeah. So give the people what they're asking for here. We give the people what they're asking for. All right, let's go. Shout out to the best live chat in the chat and on the internet.
Okay, I'm not. You got the dark motherfucker. Come on, good man. Watch out, watch the dog, watch the dog, watch the dog. Get on the ground. Here. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Look at him in. 9, Spain, boy. 9. Stop. Stop fighting. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Maybe on your back. Hey, I need another pair of cuffs. Hey, down. Here, Taser. I didn't.
No, chill out. Oh, no, please.
Sir, I didn't do anything.
Stay here.
My phone. My phone.
We got 2 in custody. Please don't hit me up, buddy.
Right.
Oh, please.
You want to swing on me and punch me in the face?
No, I would never punch
you. You would punch me in the fucking face.
No, I would never do something like that.
You good?
I'm good. I almost got hit by a car.
No, we're done. You're going to jail for resisting with violence.
Bro, I need bigger help. Well, we got EMS coming, but you, these are the decisions you made. Oh, please, Lord, forgive me for all that I've done. Ow! Ow!
Shut up. You're detained for suspicion of shoplifting. Because they saw you stuffing books up in your yellow bag.
I don't steal ever. You should have punched him in the face. Punched him? I don't know. He started hitting me. I didn't do nothing. But you failed to realize I was right across the road.
My man resorted to praying, Father, forgive them. I told you, this one was crazy. Okay. All right, let me real quick, because we got to do a commercial break. All right, real quick. Yeah, I'm killing it. I want to say this guy's drunk. I really want that guy to be drunk. But I got bingo so many different ways. I done lost count. Shout out to the best live chat. This is so ridiculous, man. Who came up with this game? Who came up with this? What's wrong with you, man?
Please get the handcuff off my arm, please. No, man, sit down. Come on, Bubba. Sit down. Hey, please. Sit down. Take the handcuff off my right arm. Please take it off my right arm. We ain't taking it off. Please, gentlemen. I swear I beg to God, shut the up. Ow! I can't. It hurts too bad. Come on, help me up. Pull, damn. Damn, I'm hurting.
Don't fight the police.
No, don't walk up on me and get a pistol and fucking talking shit to me.
Tell that to the judge.
It hurts so bad.
Look at this.
It hurts so bad.
Yeah, my face hurts from where you punched me in the face.
No, I didn't punch me, sir.
No, I grabbed you.
Look at me. Look at me. Hey,
no.
Please help me, sir. I didn't do nothing wrong.
Tell it to the judge.
Please don't. I don't want to go to prison again.
You're going to prison.
No, please don't.
Absolutely, you're going.
Bro, please don't.
Sit down.
Sit down and talk to me. You have a heart. Nope. You're just like me. You're a righteous, honest, great man. Nope. You don't lie. You don't steal. Yes, you're just like
I don't.
me. I know you
and
don't.
You punched me in the face. So you're going to jail for battery on LEO or resisting with violence.
Oh, I'm hurting so bad.
Yeah, me too. My own dog bit me.
Hey, are you good if I just put her in the car?
Okay, put her in the car.
I haven't even got a chance to do any of the investigation yet for any of this.
He literally was talking to him there, walked up there, and then I watched him just cold-cock my partner. I didn't hit nobody. I didn't hit nobody. I just off running. You grabbed me.
Yeah, I grabbed you, and then you swung on me.
No, sir, I would never swing on you. I don't really even know what happened. I was so scared. Please help me. My side, my rib right here hurts really bad. EMS is coming.
Yeah, you got bit by a dog.
Ow.
It hurts.
And you got tased.
And you got rubbing it in.
I don't lie. You know I don't lie. I'm just like you.
I think you lie a lot. You punch the police in the face.
Ow, please, dear Lord, help me. Ow, please, Lord, help me. Give me some ice. You don't want it. I've already been in prison 3 times. I mean, I don't even carry a knife or nothing no more, bro. But why would you punch my partner? I didn't punch nobody. But listen, I don't try to. You did. I tried to walk off. You think I ran from over there just because? Bro, let me see. Listen, look at me. I would never punch an officer. You punched him in the face.
Oh my gosh, what did that happen there?
I bailed a dog out, and then he spun, and the dog got me and him. I'm good. It's starting to kick in a little bit, but I'm good. I got it worse than he did.
Now, was I nervous? Yeah, I didn't want to go to jail. I wonder why he's run up on me. I'm nervous.
First off, he didn't run up on you. You guys were talking right there, and you went back to here. I watched the whole thing from over there.
Hey there. What's your name? My name's Rodney. Hey, can you help me, please, please? Mama, please, go out.
What happened? Listen, the dog bite. You've been tased, dog bite. Sit up. Sit up, we'll get you to bed.
Okay. What's my shirt, please, sir?
I got you.
Stop kicking.
Go to that knee. There you go.
That's it.
Have a seat.
Please take the shirt off my wound.
Listen.
Please take my shirt off. Please don't let it touch.
We're gonna cut your shirt off once we're
I failed him out. Dog's coming. So he held up a second. The guy was here. Somehow he spun. The dog tased. The dog got me. And then I hit the ground with the dog. He tased the guy. Then the dog came off me, got him. I think so. I think he had them.
So I hit him with the taser prior to you guys going to the ground. That's what made him drop to the ground.
Okay.
After officers opened up the female's purse, they found a large amount of stolen items, most of which were candy and snacks. During the struggle, the male suspect reportedly threw a black bag on the ground, which was later determined to contain 13.3 grams of methamphetamine and a glass pipe. The female was charged with shoplifting or retail theft. The male was also charged with shoplifting or retail theft, felony resisting with violence, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of drug paraphernalia. The male suspect pleaded no contest and was sentenced to 21 months in prison. He was subsequently released, and in June 2025, he was arrested again on charges of resisting an officer, felon in possession of a taser, and possession of meth. This next case shows another shoplifter at Home Depot who was caught before leaving the store. However, that won't stop him from making the biggest mistake of his life.
Are you giving him problems? Because I mean, you get caught, you don't give him problems. You just do what you're supposed to do, and then you go to us, and then you go home, right? Right? You giving him problems.
No, I can't.
It's a game,
Okay,
man.
so I got my. We're gonna finish this one up, and then we're gonna wrap it up, y'all. Thank y'all so much for hanging in with us. This is fun. I wanted to get over that Tyler Boyer video, and now we on body cam. So shout out to the body cam. Let's go.
Y'all know the game, okay? You come in, you steal, you get caught, you then take care of what you got to do. What do you need him to do?
He doesn't have ID. He got my plate and stuff like that. I just fell on hard times, sir.
No, I asked you. I didn't ask you what happened. Everybody falls on hard times. That's why we steal. What's your ID?
That's all I got is my insurance card.
Why? What's your name?
Whatever.
When were you arrested last time?
Probably about a year ago.
You been arrested before for retail?
DUI, that's it.
No retail. No stealing.
No.
Larceny.
No.
Nothing.
None of that stuff.
Period. Nothing.
None of that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I retired and then came back.
Really?
Yep. He said somebody at the stores.
Oh, this no way.
I'm gonna show you a couple of pictures. Hey, man, I don't know what the stores.
I can pull it up and show them.
See, the whole thing is that the camera systems that they have are probably the best camera systems I've ever seen. All they do is get your picture. And then your picture goes into the system. So if you say that's not you, you better be damn sure it's not you doing the other one, okay? So you better basically put like a Spider-Man mask on your face.
The shit's really in the car. Well, I lost my job because I was in an accident.
Okay, and?
I started drinking, stuff like that.
Okay, and now what?
Just been doing stuff like this, man. It's not right, you know?
It's not right. Probably pays the bills, huh? What do you got on you? Anything good?
I ain't got no money.
Guns, knives, drugs, bazookas?
I ain't got no.
You're not an armed robber, are you? People do it, man. They come in with razor blades. What are you going to use this for?
I was going to try to sell it, honestly.
On what? Like marketplace?
Find someone on the street.
He did not try to run. Oh man!
I got my kids.
He did not try to run. No, he did not.
Come on, man. They right there. I got my kids, man. You got them, Dom? Yeah.
I got him. He's out.
Bring your arm around. Bring your arm around now. Bring your arm around now. I got my kids. Bring your arm around. Take this fight with the morning. Got all the people helping us right now.
Why is always the shoes getting
I got my kids.
Come on, man. Just relax.
Nope. Get the fuck on my face.
Nobody's on your
Nobody's
face.
on your face. I got this one behind him. I needed to bring your one to me.
All right.
Oh,
Turn the arm backwards. You got that?
I got my kids.
Do you understand that?
I have my kids.
Do you understand my words?
Yes.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
My ass.
I can't breathe.
bring your arm around.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Give me a second.
I can't breathe. I'm not fighting no more.
You are fighting. Bring your arm behind you.
Put it behind you.
Bring your arm behind you.
Put your arm behind you. I can't breathe. I promise. I'm not gonna roll you over in a minute. I'm not gonna fight.
I'm gonna roll you over. Bring your arm around. Bring your arm around now. Bring your arm around now. Hold on a second. Stay right there.
790 is in custody.
Can you breathe now?
Yes, I got it in my pocket.
Where's it at?
In my pocket.
Let him get it for you and you can get your head.
Listen, you gotta sit up. You gotta roll you over and sit you up.
Okay.
All right? I can't. Sit up. Sit up.
Okay. I need it.
Where are you trying to run? Relax.
A couple of scrapes, that's it.
You gotta put the cuffs in front of me, please.
Not right now.
No, you just followed everybody.
All right, stand up.
Okay.
Let's wait for that stretcher to get him over here.
What's your first name again?
What's your name, bud? Cordero. All right, we're gonna take a seat on our stretcher, man.
All right, come on, let's get up and sit on the stretcher.
There's only one way to get up there, and you got to do it on your own will. We ain't big enough to pick you up.
Bend this leg in.
We'll pull you up. Up under your arms.
1, 2, 3.
Let's go. Let's go. Up. Sit. Go. Sit.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So he jets about 10:51. He jets out, and this will be the best outdoor camera. It's gonna come right here. So there he is.
Right there.
Coming out. It's at that point. Grab his foot.
Is that you that grabbed his foot?
Yeah, I'm like, he's a big guy.
Got him. That's crazy.
You just have him pinned him, actually handcuff him then? Yep. Want to hear something funny? I bumped into him in Indiana gas station about 3 weeks ago. Wow. And we had some words.
This suspect was charged with retail theft greater than $300, resisting arrest, and an outstanding warrant for his arrest that he had prior to the incident. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Why do shoplifters always act surprised when somebody calls them out? Like the world's just supposed to let them walk out the door without paying. Today we've got 2 videos, 2 different stores, but the same attitude, entitlement dressed up as innocence. One of the most frustrating things about being a cop is you pick up on shady situations long before words are even exchanged. The problem with that is that doesn't fly in a courtroom. And there's always that turning point with dealing with thieves because their hesitation usually turns into survival mode the second they sense their excuses aren't working. It's like watching somebody sprint from denial straight into desperation. What sticks out in the first clip is how 2 people can team up for the same bad plan, but the moment police got close, that plan crumbled fast. But that's the thing about partnership in crime. Loyalty only lasts until reality shows up. Pressure doesn't just expose character, it exposes intent. And these 2 realized real quick that the storyline they rehearsed wasn't built to survive. That's why watching the Home Depot guy is almost comical if it wasn't so predictable. The small talk, the fake calm, that I'm totally chill routine, and people actually think that works on cops. But the moment he softens his shoulders and tries to sell that relaxed vibe, you know something's coming. And that's what makes thieves so dangerous, because they're the ones who pretend to be harmless, but they're usually sizing up the exit. This behavior is always difficult to explain to the public because they see the takedown, not the moment where everything could have gone left for anyone standing nearby. And the cops watching this know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, it's sad that some of these people treat consequences like they're non-existent, like it's something they can just ignore whenever it's inconvenient. And until that mentality changes, everyone else ends up living with the fallout of their choices.
All right. Woo. Shout out. That was fun. That was good. I like that. Thank y'all so much. That was a lot of fun. Shout out to everybody that rolled through on this evening. I just wanted to have some fun, do something different. It didn't have to be candy specific. I also want to test out body cam video bingo so we can see if we can do that in the future. So shout out. If you did get bingo, let me know if you got bingo. I moved here sight unseen. Where? What are you talking about? Where'd y'all move from? But let me know if you did get bingo. How many did you get? Let me see how many did I get, by the way. Let me pull mine in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 bingos. That would have been 8 and 9 and 10. Wait, 8 and 9 and 10. Yeah, I would have. Man, I got a lot of bingos. That's crazy. You can only get 7. I would have got 9 bingos if I could have, but yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yep. All right, so I did pretty well. That was fun. That's what's up. That was what's up, y'all. Appreciate it. All right. I like it. All right. Good people. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. That was a lot of fun. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. Looks like, y'all talking about living in bingo. I mean, living in Florida. Okay. I got 7 different ways I got bingo. That was fun. Got an Eddie Goodbye kiss. I've never seen that one before. I ain't gonna lie. I've never seen that before. I don't want to add a whole bunch of real niche thing. Again, I've never, and hear me, I've seen a lot of body cam footage. I've never seen that one before. Oh, me too. That's the same ones I was missing. I'm missing field sobriety, drunk, and land yacht. That's what I'm missing. Let me see, make sure. So everybody, thank you so much. Tomorrow, Sunday, 8 o'clock, me and Lady Luck Club are going to be teaming up to go through Candace's reply on why the court should deny, or rather should throw out the Macron case. So we'll be doing that on tomorrow evening. I want to say thank y'all so much. Man, we had almost 200 people, 201 people are watching on X and only 191 on YouTube. Shout out to the X people. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all so much for hanging in on this evening. If you played bingo, shout out. Okay. Shout out to everybody who tapped in with us on this evening. Looking forward to a great Lord's Day on tomorrow. Got some things I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to go to Raising Cain. I'm going to tell you all about it. Maybe I'll live stream from Raising Cain tomorrow after church. Maybe I'll do that. My daughter already said she don't want to come. So I'll just go by myself. I'll go check it out. I'll take one for the team. But everybody, thank you so much for hanging in with us. I really appreciate it. You're going to be judging them tomorrow. There we go. I love it. I love it. Everybody, please have a fantastic evening wherever you are. Make sure you tip your waiters on the way out the door. Green hearts on the chat on the way out. Everybody have a blessed evening. I'll see you all tomorrow, Lord willing. So until then, grace and peace. Take care. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of the Jay Witt Podcast. If you enjoyed today's show, please do me a favor and hit me up with that 3-piece special. Like the video, subscribe, and of course, share it with somebody who would also enjoy this type of content. And make sure you leave a comment because I do pin the best comments to the top. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And until next time, everybody, grace and peace.